All right, that should be a good one. Looking forward to this. Let's send out the message. All right. And we're back to life. Hard to imagine. It's been a while. Oh, it has been too long. But it is good to be streaming again to, gosh, what, 5, 6 people? But, like a phoenix from the ashes, we shall rise again through the merits of our content alone, no doubt. Folks, it's great to have you here at Poinsettia. It is so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Saw you posted some cute pictures of some cats the other day. Blue Living Abandoned, VFSDM, so good to see you too. Naruto, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Super Kel, Markiplier. I don't know who that is, but it's good to have you here, Super Kel. And JRJM, thank you so much for subscribing. I sure do appreciate that. I've got to get the alerts back up at some point here. Maybe we'll do that after we get the after we have a delightful interview, discussion, chat, maybe a little back and forth with Alex Narasta from the Cato Institute tonight. I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I have no doubt it'll be very interesting either way. And then after that, maybe we'll, I don't know, do some culture warfare. You know, maybe we'll talk about the way that they've taken M&Ms from us today, folks. I don't know if you've heard about this, but M&Ms, they've been taken from us. So no doubt we'll cover that after our after our discussion with Alex Narasta. Maybe we'll talk about impending war in Eastern Europe. Perhaps a little more important than the M&Ms, but you know, kind of a downer, all things considered. You know, to put it lightly. WHDC425, welcome, welcome, my friend. Good to have you. Female Eunuchs, welcome. Mr. Cat 256, I like your name. Good to have you. At Poinsettia, the kitties are doing well, all 5 of them. In fact, my 25-year-old cat, Tabitha, 25 years old now. Holy macaroni. She's doing well. She's still chugging along. She actually seems to be in better shape than ever. She is in such good shape, in fact, that she loves to fight with the other cats constantly. Ay, ay, ay. Takes a lot of effort to keep them apart. The other cats are great, though. They are really great with her because she, you know, she's older, and I think they have a hard time, or rather, I think they're polite with respect to to punching back at an old lady. So, anyway, she's doing well in her retirement. How come you only stream when you have a guest? Did you get burned out from streaming all the time? Well, I'll tell you, Rob Boss, a couple of things. One, you only do so many debate panels before you feel like a budget Ben Shapiro going on a college debate circuit to crush 17-year-olds' questions like Dixie Cups or whatever his videos are called. Actually, that's a Milton Friedman video. So that's one. Two, I don't know, man. I got tired of doing all the nonsense content. I like to do a little more substantive content. And 3, I don't know. We've had some great guests. You know, growing a little bit on the Twitter has helped with that. So it is, well, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. Let's see here. In fact, let me make sure I don't need to download the client. Download the Zoom client. I might need to do that. Oof. Hate Zoom, man. But the problem is that people don't really like the... people don't really use the Discord, actually. They definitely prefer the Zoom. Okay. So, let's see. Got that going. Computer audio. Okay. All right. Okay. So, we got that. All right. What is that? Master Chef React Meta? Oh, is that the show that Hassan watches? I saw Destiny memeing about that. Liam Regan says, Bastiat, you're back. Hey, I never left. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. something something, putting suckers in fears, making the sounds rain down like a monsoon. Listen to that bass go boom. Okay. Jesus, I'm the same age as a cat. That's right, Ryan Webb. Will he be fighting Sam Hyde too? I don't think so. I don't like to tango with school shooters. Let's see. We get any other questions? Hey, ACAZ, thank you for the kind words, Bastiat Mr. Streams. Well, hey, I sure do appreciate that. That is so kind of you to say. Also, I noticed, let's see here. Lycans Monk says, I'm more of a George Borjas guy. Well, no doubt George Borjas will come up because he's one of the few folks out there who puts up research to counter the argument that immigration is good. So, hey, Lycans, if you got questions, tag me. And if they're good, I'll do my best to ask them. And of course, that goes out to anybody. But of course, we are always particularly interested, I'd say, in the occasional skeptical question, kind of make things interesting. Gappy V says, what is your favorite federal rule of evidence? 703 gang for life. Oh, I know. I can't say I have a favorite federal rule of evidence. Much like Sarah Palin, I'd say any of them, all of them. And if any of you get that reference, well, it's good to know you're not all Zoomers. Okay, let's see. Hop91, or Hop Report says, debate me on this. Look, how about this, Hop? How about you do me a favor here? And you give me your arguments against immigration in the chat. I will do my best to articulate them in a way that merits response to our wonderful guest time. All right, so I think that'll be a lot of fun. Eloquent Boot says, I still go back and watch the Narassan interview with Tucker. He does a great job defending immigration. He does. Yeah, he's been on Tucker Carlson. He's written books. He's been in all these newspapers. His work's been in all these newspapers. He's, gosh, I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm a policy expert on anything in particular, but I would be hard-pressed to name a more how do I put this prolific and articulate public speaker and researcher on immigration. So hard to think of anyone else. Made too many posters. Tobin, first of all, good to have you. Second of all, I have been able to congratulate you, vocally for your victory in the election. We've got an elected official here in the chat tonight. Our good friend Tobin Stone, supervisor of elections. Good to have you, Bastian. Just like Palin, you haven't read them. I don't have a lot of need for the federal rules of evidence, thankfully. Although I had to go through them in law school, so and maybe in the bar exam. I don't remember. I don't think there must have been something. I don't remember if evidence was on the bar exam. Maybe a little bit. All right. Thank you, by the way, for everybody who contributed to our hype train. I sure do appreciate that. Ninja Physics, thank you for subscribing. Gappy V, thank you for subscribing as well. I really, really do appreciate that. And of course, JRJM Nova, thank you too, my friend. So good to have you all here. And hey, thanks for keeping the faith. Good to have you. Let's see here. Phone, AirPods, computer. Computer is probably best. Okay. We can just trying to set something up here real quick. We can try the AirPod. Okay. All right. So it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Hop, I do genuinely hope you're still on the channel, as well as... who else we have up here? Hopped and Lycans. Hope we got you both here. Peef Smash says, when is the Cato Stream sponsorship? You know, they had an opening for... at Cato, they had an opening, actually, for a job running a podcast on libertarian.org or something. And I think I had all the qualifications, and I was really thinking about applying, but then I realized that I differ from the libertarians at the Cato Institute in what is, alas, a very big way, and that is on the issue of foreign affairs. I do not I don't appreciate their perspective quite so much on foreign policy as I do on, I suppose, just about everything else they do. So I don't think I would fit in so well with my neoliberal, American hegemony nonsense. I'd like to say a conversation with you and Conboy. Has that happened yet? No, it hasn't. But you know what? I think that would be fun. I'm looking forward to that. We can fix you, Bastiat. Oh, maybe. But I kind of doubt it. But you know what? We can talk about that after our, let's see. Yeah, we can talk about that after our interview tonight. So that'll be fun. What do you think about this foreign policy take? Millions for great power opposition, not 1 cent for nation building. I don't know, man. I mean, I suppose nation building has not really had much success lately, but so it goes. You oppose Cato on welfare. Well, I suppose not in spirit, although I will say this. While I might in practice, I guess I would say this. That, to me, is a much lower priority issue in terms of importance, in terms of what I would sacrifice than America's role in the world generally. So I would probably compromise on the other issues, the other disagreements I have before that. The argument I make for welfare states is, fundamentally Bismarckian, presenting them as a form of security, form of stabilization for society writ large as opposed to some sort of egalitarian obligation. So I think the much bigger difference has to be foreign policy. In fact, some of the folks at Cato I've seen will even cite sources from Gray Zone. So it's just a much different take on foreign policy that I just don't share. But I do appreciate all of their other perspectives, and certainly some of the work they do on foreign policy you can't really argue with. Their position that generally speaking sanctions are bad, I can't really argue with that, nor would I really want to. But anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit later. So tonight here, in about 5 minutes, we're going to talk with our guest, Alex Rassa, and that's going to be a good discussion. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see here. So what else is going on? Well, I'm pretty sure I got COVID again last month. Whoa, crazy. How the hell does that happen? I was down for another week. Oh, it was miserable. But I had a good Christmas after the COVID was over. Good New Year. I've been working a lot lately, but I am trying to just claw my way ahead so I can do a little more streaming because I really do miss it. It's a lot of fun. There's nothing like it. I don't really miss the panels so much, but I do miss talking with the chat like this. It's just fun. I think we have a really good little chat community here too. So I don't know. I miss it, and personally, I am hoping to do more of it soon. And maybe we'll talk a little bit later tonight about some of the other things we need to do to whip the stream into shape. So yeah, we'll be doing that soon. Rob Boss says, I had the Delta variant about a month and a half ago. Ouch. And why did you get it the first time? Why did I get the COVID the first time? Well, hell, I don't know. I didn't seek it out. I got the vaccine and all that. Panels have gotten ridiculous. 20 people. Damn. Really? I didn't know anybody except, I think, Prime Kai's. He's still doing these. Did panels like that. I thought generally they're a little smaller. Like Brady Bunch size, 9 people or something. I don't know though. I don't know. I don't quite enjoy them the way I used to. I'm not saying they're bad or anything. I just don't enjoy them the way I used to. So I've redesigned the set a little bit here. Take a look. All the books, neoliberal poster. Got some Legos in the background, like a real grown up, and I put the monitor up, just so I could kind of switch backgrounds up. So, yeah, you can recognize the on-balance positive contribution pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer offers without embracing the worst aspects of coercive crony capitalism. I would consider sharing Pfizer profits to the point of sort of jeering a guy fighting with one arm. Gives me a slight gag reflex. I don't know, man. I get the idea that, like, I acknowledge that a lot of people, don't like, celebrating pharmacy profits. But ultimately, you know, when your primary goal, as mine is individual freedom, sometimes you almost, I think, feel there's some value in taking sort of the extreme parity position in reverse to sort of make the argument that, look, these companies have provided a service, they have a right to make a profit. Ultimately, this did what the government wanted them to do, and this idea that that they're somehow the enemy, at least on this COVID issue, is ridiculous. Why do you love the global poor? Because I think they would all make great Americans. You like the economist Ludwig von Mises? Sure. Okay, let's see here. All right, so yeah, we've got the meeting up here. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Government and pharmaceuticals were aligned in the public interest for combating COVID. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we got the best vaccines in the world in terms of outcomes, at least. I don't know if there are any other ways you'd evaluate them, but they all seem to be the best performing in terms of preventing infection and ameliorating hospitalization. The government provides them free of charge. Companies develop them very quickly. I mean, hell, what else do you want? What else could you ask for, man? Were you sworn in as a lawyer on Why Nations Fail? No, I don't remember what book I used. I don't think it was a Bible, but I can't say I recall which book it was. So, all right. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? Maybe I might have to log in here just in case. Why do conservatives hate profits all of a sudden? I don't know that they hate profits all of a sudden. I think some of them, well, that's sort of a complex issue because there are a lot of different conservatives these days now, aren't there? It used to be that conservatives were a little more predictable, but now there's quite a cleavage, right? The one that opened up in 2016 with President Trump's election has really widened in terms of the differences between, I suppose, what was mainstream conservatism and now what, I don't know what you'd call, I don't know what mainstream conservatism is anymore. Is it Trump conservatism? Is it the old Republicans? Is it the new right? Probably not that last one, but still. All right. Okay, so I think he'll be joining us here in just a minute. You really think cleavage has anything to do? Good one. The old right with Calvin Coolidge. Oh, man, Calvin Coolidge. Now, there was a man, folks. There was a guy who knew how to keep cool. All right? He was a good president on civil rights, at least as far as anybody could be a good president on civil rights in 1920. Worked to chip away. Yes, base libertarian. He was famous for being a very pithy commentator, man of few words. In fact, I think there was a bet. There's kind of a famous story. I don't know if it's apocryphal or not, but it's too good of a story to avoid sharing. There's a story where a man comes up to Calvin Coolidge and says, Mr. Coolidge, I accepted a bet. A friend bet me that I could get you to say more than 2 words. To which President Coolidge says, you lose. So he was kind of famous for all that kind of witty stuff. I recall his wife was too. Anyway, not a bad president, all things considered. Keep cool with Calvin Coolidge. All right. Okay. All right. So, fun stuff. I don't know if you folks have been following along with the Twitter nonsense I've been getting into lately, but man, it has really been something. Was this interview? Will this interview be on YouTube? Yeah, that's the goal. I am going to I'm going to put it together. Let's see. This is going to be kind of my my first self-produced YouTube video because I want to be able to do these quicker and more efficiently, like on my own. Especially for like interviews where basically just kind of chop, thumbnail. Shouldn't be too complicated, right? So, but yeah, that's the goal. It'll be on YouTube and it'll be here on Twitch as a VOD too. So I think for like 60 days. So, and provided we don't put our foot in our mouths, you know, the VOD will stay up. Although lately I did take to the habit of deleting them after each stream. I don't know. I was feeling a little, you know. Okay. When's the next Twitter space? That's a good question. I really enjoy doing that Twitter space. I was thinking it would be fun to do a Twitter space on, and let me, I'm going to end this meeting and then, let's see. I'm going to start meeting. Computer audio. Sorry, I'm just, I'm trying, okay. All right, I had to restart the meeting here. Hey, Alex, have we got you?
Yes, you do.
All right. How are you doing tonight?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing pretty well. If you have any problems with the AirPod or anything, just let me know. And you can message me on Twitter or anything. You know, whatever works for you.
Do you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. And if you have video that you want to turn on, feel free. Otherwise, if not, you know, no worries. So, yeah. Oh, there we go. All right, and there he is.
Is that lighting kind of weird?
Nah, you're good. Mine probably looks kind of weird on your end, but that's my secondary camera. So we're
You know, I can go grab a jacket real quick so I don't look like a slob.
It's up to you, man. Hey, you know.
All right, man. 1 second. I don't want to be shown up by you. You know.
Well, admittedly, folks, most streamers are streaming in their pajamas in the bedroom, as opposed to me. I stream in a suit from a bedroom. All right, so. Kite says, easiest way for a Canadian to immigrate to the U.S. without a job or marriage in the end? That's a good question. We'll ask for that one. Okay, and...
yep. My good luck is the answer.
Good luck. Uh-oh. Well, there's your answer, Kite. Hate to break it to you. Maybe somebody in the chat, though, is interested in a proposal. All right. Folks, Alex Narasta is the Director of Economic and Social Policy Studies here at Cato. Congrats on the recent promotion, by the way, I believe, or new position. I'm not sure what it was, but I think just a few days ago, right?
That's right. Thanks very much. Yeah, I used to be the Director of Immigration Policy and Trade Policy at Cato. But what I really do, you know, my focus of my research for over a decade has been immigration. Mm-hmm. So I manage some other issues, but I don't know nearly as much about them as I do about immigration.
Right on. And like I was saying earlier, he's worked in the Wall Street Journal, USA Today, Washington Post. He's written books, and he's, I'd say, maybe most famous for your appearances on the Tucker Carlson show. Where you really, I don't know, I thought it was a pretty impressive performance, given that Tucker Carlson is probably the most popular and pugnacious immigration opponent short of President Trump himself, right? So.
Yeah, I went on his show 6 times or so, and in my humble opinion, I beat him every time, and it wasn't close. And after the 6th time, they said, we don't really want to have you back anymore. So I consider that a big victory.
Well, hey, that sounds sounds good to me. Giga Chad, that's right, AC. That's what the chat here thinks tonight. So I think everybody in the chat, and I probably mentioned this when we met at the Students for Liberty conference. You know, I'm pretty pro immigration naturally, and so what I'm curious about are some of the arguments that people make against immigration, particularly some of the, you know, about as strong as they can get, and some ways that to maybe push back politically, because it seems to me that while immigration is one of those issues that seems to be popular among Americans at a general level, it seems to also be the case that politicians have a very easy time targeting immigration in specific ways that then make it into policy that has left us with, now a lower rate of immigration than we've had at any time since the Great Depression, maybe ever.
It's pretty comparable right now to the rate under the Great Depression, sort of, and as COVID-19 starts to taper off. I mean, one of the things that I think you hit on is true. As Americans, we grew up learning about America's immigration history. We all have ancestors who came from somewhere else, just about all of us, right? Like more than 99% of us.
Hmm.
And that's sort of ingrained in who we are. We don't really have an ethnic identification as Americans or a blood identification or a religious one. It's basically, just to think sociologically about what it means to be American. It's basically, do you accept the Constitution as, roughly legit, and do you speak English? And that's basically, just being realistic, that's basically all it means. And that is a radically more narrow, or sorry, sort of a view of what it means to be a member of a nation that is very different from most other countries in the world. So if you go to a place like Europe, being a member of a European country is basically like a blood and borders kind of definition of it. You're descended from a tribe that settled there 1,500 years ago, and an ethnic group, and that's that. In other parts of the world, it's language or sort of broad cultural configurations, etc. But the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, a handful of other countries in the world, it's not based on ethnic identification, and a lot of that is due to immigration. And it's also no coincidence that these countries are some of the best and most productive places in the history of the world. And so that's something that I think we should take some pride in as Americans, and people in these other countries should take pride in as well. And so it's really weird to me that Americans just, the American government is so restrictive when it comes to immigration. And it's virtually impossible for almost anybody who wants to move here to do so lawfully. And, I think there's probably two major reasons today why that continues, even though immigration is sort of popular in the abstract amongst people. And one is this chaos that people see along the southern border. And there's been chaotic situation down there for decades. And when people see chaos, their reaction is they want to crack down with more police and more enforcement. Like, I see it as a libertarian, and I'm like, well, we need to liberalize, because obviously the government has too much control. There's too much central planning. The result of central planning is chaos.
Right.
Because spontaneous order only emerges when people have the freedom to choose their own actions, and prices can move in the marketplace, et cetera, not when there's central control. So it's like the great irony of humanitarian human history, right? Is when you take a look at places where there's chaos, where it's chaotic, oftentimes it's the place where there's sort of the most top-down centralized control. And then I think the other reason why people are against immigration is that they think we literally do have open borders. I mean, the amount of ignorance out there is astounding. Like, I go and speak, or I used to speak prior to COVID, to groups of people across the country. And I used to speak to this Republican club in Arizona. And one time I gave a presentation about how great immigration is for the economy. And this lady came up to me afterwards and she said, I understand what you mean about economics, but why don't the illegal immigrants, why don't they just go to the post office and get in line and legalize by going to the post office and fill out a form? Yeah, so it was pretty sad for me to explain to her that it's never been the law, and it certainly hasn't been the law since about 1924.
Yeah.
So I think those are the two big things that we have to overcome.
So let me ask you, first of all, I guess to put it in some historical context, in terms of immigration to the United States prior to, say, 1924, I think, the only restrictions I'm generally aware of are those on Chinese Americans, and I believe Asian immigrants generally in the late 19th century. And I know that at some point in the early 20th century, immigration was largely restricted to people of the white race. And there's kind of a famous case where an Indian Army veteran was trying to apply for citizenship on the argument that as an Indian, he was an Aryan and therefore white. And, so they went through kind of this whole discussion of these laws at the time. But prior to that, prior to at least the 1880s, what restrictions were there in place for people coming to the country? Because it seems like you really could come here, get off the boat, and, after a very cursory check, you're in.
Well, prior to 1875, there were no federal restrictions at all. So states, like if you landed in New York State, you'd had to land on a particular island called Castle Island. at that time, prior to 1875 or prior to 1890. You landed at Castle Island, and the state would basically conduct like a very quick examination. They would basically see, do you have any serious communicable diseases? Do you have a tattoo on your face that says you're a murderer or something? Because they used to tattoo people who were criminals in Europe back then, around the world. And if you didn't, then you basically got in. And that was that. There were no federal laws. And beginning in 1875, however, the federal government started to take over the situation. Curious thing to note is that there is no enumerated power in the Constitution that gives the federal government the power to regulate immigration. Not at all. It doesn't exist in Article 1, Section 8. So this is something that the government sort of gradually grabbed over time, the federal government, the power over immigration. So in 1875, they passed some laws, Congress passed some laws restricting the travel of criminals and prostitutes and some other types of people. 1882, they passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, which did exactly what it sounds like. It barred Chinese immigrants from coming to the United States. There were a considerable number of rules passed in the mid-1880s and 1890s to block workers coming in if they were strike breakers or if they were going to work and compete with like unionized labor on construction projects that were already underway. Basically zero enforcement of a lot of these provisions, but they're based on the books. In 1906, Teddy Roosevelt, probably my fifth least favorite president, signed what's so-called a gentleman's agreement with Japan, where Japan promised not to give basically passports to Japanese leaving to come to the U.S., and the U.S. would promise not to admit them. 1917, the U.S. passed the Literacy Act, which said that you couldn't immigrate to the United States unless you were literate. And it basically barred everybody else from the rest of Asia and Sub-Saharan and Africa. And then 1921 and 1924, they basically banned people who are not from Northern and Western Europe or Canada. Curiously, Central and South America was not affected by this. So the effect of closing the border to Europe and the rest of the world was American firms started to look south to actually hire Mexicans, to hire Central Americans, to hire people from the Caribbean to come up to the United States to work. So whereas they used to hire Europeans, they used to hire Chinese workers, American firms decided to hire Central Americans and Mexicans instead. And we basically had very limited immigration up until the 1950s. Of course, the Great Depression made it so nobody wanted to come here anyway. But 1950s, they started to liberalize a little bit. There were a lot of illegal immigrants then from Mexico, about 2 million. The government created something called the Bracero program, which is sort of a short-term temporary worker program for Mexicans, which basically eliminated illegal immigration because people could come in legally. And then in the late 1960s, the government started to liberalize even further, basically allow in people from the rest of the world, mainly through family reunification. 1986, there was a big amnesty, about 3 million Mexicans mostly. 1990, some liberalization for high-skilled workers in particular. And since then, it's been all enforcement just about all the time. Border walls, E-Verify, interior enforcement, more border patrol agents, things like that.
Yeah. So let me ask you about, first of all, actually later, I kind of want to know actually what, like Teddy Roosevelt, usually ranked high on the list of presidents, not usually bottom 5. Was there anything else that puts him down there, just out of curiosity?
He was a big supporter of the progressive income tax. He was basically America's first progressive president. Yeah. He was to put it bluntly, a warmonger. He wanted to get involved in lots of different conflicts around the world. Yeah. He commissioned and pushed for the building of a massive fleet called the Great White Fleet, which was obsolete the second it was launched because of revolutions in technology. Basically, the dreadnought class of battleship outclassed it. He pushed for high corporate income taxes. He wanted a situation. He was a big trust buster, which is highly inefficient. So he wanted the idea, but he was sort of trying to move toward a system where the American economy was dominated by large numbers of basically monopolies that were heavily regulated by the state and sort of kind of planned by the state, but not really, sort of like a German economic system, like a Prussian type system. Wow. And a big supporter of tariffs. And basically some of the first federal anti-poverty programs And as we know, these programs are largely ineffective and very expensive, were started during his watch. He was also just sort of a, jingoistic nonsense person who said ridiculous things, right? Like he said, he was against like hyphenated Americanism. He thought like if you said that you were Italian American, you were like somehow less American than other people, and made a lot of statements that just haven't held up. He was very, he thought that immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe were, it wasn't uncommon during this time, but he thought that they were genetically inferior due to eugenics theories at the time. And that was pretty bad. Oh, and the worst thing that's really relevant right now is he signed the Food and Drug Act that created the FDA.
Damn.
So Teddy Roosevelt, terrible president.
Man,
I mean, people like him because he liked to camp and shoot wild animals, but I mean, you'd have to shoot a lot of wild animals to make up for the FDA.
Somebody just said, "Why do you hate national parks?" And I got to say, between the national parks and the part where he did the speech, got shot, and finished the speech before he did anything, that is the stuff you hear about the most. All right. Well, I just was curious about that because again, normally, it's all pretty positive. So let me ask you. Okay, so you mentioned the Immigration Act of 1965, which really opened up immigration to the rest of the world, and I know that part of the discussion for that act, I know one of the people, or one of the arguments against it was, look, it's going to change our country's demographics, and we don't want that. And while we might not like that argument today, that was the argument certainly made at the time. And the defenders of the act said, no, it's not going to change our country's demographics. I know that the immigration amnesty they happened during the Reagan administration that you mentioned. That was something that was ushered through in part with an argument that said, well, we're going to do this amnesty here, but we're also going to have a secure border. We're not going to have any more of this illegal immigration. Mm-hmm. And on both counts, the arguments made against these pro-immigration issues basically turned out to be right. The border wasn't secure. We have more illegal immigrants than, I think we don't have our peak number now, but we still have, I think, somewhere around 10 million. And the demography of the country certainly has changed. And again, while I wouldn't consider that to be a particularly important argument, if you are the sort who does, it seems like when we do these big immigration policies, the worst fears of their opponents come to pass. So how do you sell people on them? I mean, is that why we haven't really had anything comparable to the initiatives of 65 and 86 since?
Well, that's possible reason why. I mean, I think the big issue with the 65 Act, which is fascinating, is the reason why the U.S. started admitting so many more Central Americans, East Asians, and Africans than it did before, was actually because of provisions put in the law that were intended to help Europeans, but backfired. Huh. So all the family-based provisions. So about 70% of immigrants who come to the United States come through the family system, which basically means you have to be related to an American or another green card holder who was here. And the first version of the 65 Act that was submitted, it was basically just for skilled workers, no matter where they were from. And supporters of the previous law that favored Northwestern European and white immigrants said, well, we don't like that because we think that will upset American demographics. So since most Americans are related to foreigners or related to people in Europe, what we do is we create this family-based immigration system, which basically means we're going to get de facto European immigration system going forward because the Americans who are related to foreigners are all related to Europeans. So we basically lock that in without it being explicitly European, and that backfired. And it backfired catastrophically for them. I mean, I don't think it's a problem, but it backfired for them. So I think it's one of these great examples of sort of unintended consequences of government action, because it was actually the restrictionists at the time who favored family reunification. Whereas if they'd done their homework and actually taken a look at how immigration was changing in the 1950s, they would have seen that Mexicans and some East Asians were actually starting to come in some larger numbers under the previous system. But they didn't do their homework. And that's why I think that law backfired. But those people who did talk about the demographic changes in the country, that small number of people who are still opposed to the 65 Act, they ended up being correct about that. Under the 86 law with the Reagan amnesty, where you said, the fear was that, and it was sold on the idea that this will be the last amnesty. The United States has had like immigration amnesties from the 1920s up until the 1980s, up until the early 1980s. I mean, numerous amnesties, 1929, 1948, in the 50s and the 60s. I mean, lots of immigration amnesties, but this one was the biggest one, the Reagan one. It's about 3 million. And the idea was the government was going to do two things to make sure we don't have a future amnesty. One would be to increase border security a lot, which the government did, substantially expanded border security in the years after the 86 Act. But the other thing that they said they were going to do that they didn't do was liberalize temporary worker immigration. The idea was if we can allow Mexicans to come in temporarily, work, go back and forth, they won't sneak in illegally anymore. And the part where the act failed is it really didn't do that. It didn't liberalize at all. So when you go back and talk to people who were involved, who were basically like young people involved in this debate back in the mid 80s, they'll say that was the big failure. They followed through on the enforcement. They did interior enforcement. They did workplace checks. They hired thousands of more Border Patrol agents in a relatively short period of time. They started building some border barriers in the mid 1990s. But what they didn't do was liberalize migration for temporary workers. And that was the thing that basically failed the 86 Act. And the funny thing is by hiring all these new Border Patrol agents, it made it more expensive to cross the border illegally. So you had to hire a smuggler each time. And what this meant is instead of going as an illegal Mexican immigrant, going back and forth, like once or twice a year, you come in once, you pay like $1,000 to a smuggler, but you'd stay for a longer period of time because you weren't sure if you went back home that you could come back in again. So instead of going back and forth, these folks started to send for their families to come north. So prior to the 86 Act, about 80% of Mexican illegal immigrants left to go home within a relatively short period of time. After 86, the return migration rate plummeted. And now it's somewhere, I mean, there are estimates that come out every couple of years, but basically the return migration rate is a fraction of what it was in the mid 1980s. And that's because the US government unintentionally locked a lot of them into the country.
Wow. I mean, I remember hearing that even in the, even in the age where, most immigrants were crossing the oceans by steamship to get here, that the return rate, I think, was like 50%. It was very high, it's surprisingly so, really, given again what that journey required. So even then, a lot of people went back, but now, even with countries where, you don't have to go through all that, still very, very, very low, huh? Man, I didn't know that.
I mean, like Italians, right? They had about a 60% return rate. English in the late 19th century, about a 40% return rate. The groups that didn't have large return rates were basically Eastern European Jews for obvious reasons. They were treated terribly, pogroms, other oppression in Eastern Europe, and the Irish, who basically were fleeing a horrible famine and poverty and brutality at the hands of the British, who immigrated in entire family groups. But with those exceptions, huge return rates, like a third of Finns from Finland returned to Finland in the early 20th century. So that's basically the norm, right? We think of immigration as sort of one way and then you stay here forever. But the reality is more complicated. People go back and forth all the time.
So is your contention then that the reason that these policies have backfired is because of, well, again, I don't want to say backfired objectively because I still think they've had far more benefit than cost. But if you are the sort who is skeptical of the outcomes, those outcomes, you would argue, are the result of the design of the programs as the government implemented them?
Yeah, they're unanticipated consequences of the programs, right? I mean, I think that they've led to better results than the writers of these bills intended. It's one of these few areas where government unanticipated consequences actually produces a better outcome. That doesn't happen very often. But yeah, they're definitely unanticipated, right? I mean, we all know, I think, as free market free marketeers and libertarians and classical liberals and neoliberals that markets work very well at allocating scarce resources, and that when governments plan or regulate, you get sort of like absurd instances and problems that arise from this. And it occurs in immigration, just like it occurs in electricity regulation or centrally planning steel or the FDA regulating drugs.
I I spent a good part of my career fighting electricity regulation, so I can appreciate what a disaster that can be. Like I don't know. It's hard to think of a. I'm sure they're out there, but I just what an example of like regulatory capture. It's just unreal. So I can appreciate that. But I guess I can appreciate the perspective of someone who says, look, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the country as a whole has benefited, but not every individual has benefited from immigration, particularly low-skilled people with smaller, with the lower amount of education. I believe that even the research that supports immigration generally, I don't have any specific sites, but just kind of as the general stuff I've read, and you can correct me if you're, the opinion I'm wrong here, but generally it seems to be the case that it's acknowledged that people with high school education will lose out from immigration, and those people are typically also the sorts who are least likely, really, to get much in the way of solid representation in government. I know, for example, that even though Scott Lincom's paper, for example, on the China shock argues that that was overstated, but it is nevertheless a fact of our political discourse that people imagine it to have been a big thing.
Yeah.
And the folks who lost out from trade, while they were few in number compared to the people who benefited from trade, lost out in ways that were much more visceral. They felt, that loss of a job or something. And it seems to be the case that you kind of had the same situation with immigration. Like, we can imagine government programs that might ameliorate people who are unemployed as a result of immigration, or who might help retrain them in some way or another. But generally speaking, these are people who probably are not really government's top interest anyway, right? So isn't it really just the case that, when you promote immigration, you are sort of saying, as a matter of policy, look, these folks just kind of have to take it on the chin for the good of the vast majority of the country?
So there is an argument that there are some concentrated costs and dispersed benefits to immigration. So, I think that's the way that I like to think about it. The country does benefit as a whole. The immigrants benefit a lot, and America, a lot of Americans benefit. But the most sort of pessimistic finding in the peer-reviewed academic literature of the impact of immigration on wages is that immigrants from about 1990 to 2010 lowered the relative wages of US-born high school dropouts by about 1.7%. That's basically the most pessimistic. While every other group of Americans by education saw very small increases in wages. And when I say relative wages, that's very relative wages of high school dropouts compared to other education groups. So that doesn't mean that their wages actually went down. It just means that they went down relative to these other groups, but they're all going up and trending up in the same direction. So in another way, you could say like the wages of high school dropouts rose a lot less quickly than it would have without immigration, I think is the way to say it. And, that sounds kind of weird to a lot of people when you say that, right? Like, why would a big increase in the supply of labor lead to, on net, slight wage increases overall in the United States? And because you think, like, if there's 30 million more apples for sale in your city, right, the price of apples is going to decline. So why would it be, if there's 30 million more immigrants over a 20-year period, that the price of labor price would increase a little bit? Why would that be? And there's a few things that I think people need to remember when they talk about this. One is that there's no such thing as like labor. There's high skilled, there's low skilled, there's different occupations. There's tens of thousands of different occupations. So if immigrants are more likely to be low skilled and more likely to be high skilled, most Americans are in the middle. So there's not that much competition to begin with for jobs, right? Like, so if a million people come in who pick tomatoes, that they're not going to compete with people who are accountants. If a million astrophysicists come in, they're not going to compete with people who work in construction industry, right? So this is not that much competition. Another one is immigrants are generally complementary, and what this means is in the econ literature is that when there's more immigrants, it increases the demand for more American workers who are there. And a lot of this you see sort of inside of firms. So if you've ever been to a restaurant, you notice, the immigrants take the jobs in the restaurant that don't require a lot of English language skills. Right. They take the jobs that are basically like dishwasher, busboy, jobs like this. But they bump up the native-born Americans who are low-skilled into being the waiter, waitress, hostess that are more highly skilled occupations. And then, the other big one that people just forget is that immigrants are people. They buy things. And by buying things, they increase demand for jobs and goods and services created by other people who are other laborers in the United States. And the net effect of this is to, in the aggregate, increase wages for native-born Americans. Now, this doesn't mean that every single person or individual has higher wages, right? This, when we break it down by education, that's true. So if you're a janitor who was working in the mid or late 1980s in the American Southwest, your wages are lower today than they were at that time period. If you've worked in meatpacking plants, you have seen your wages basically get cut in half since the late 1970s. And there are a handful of other industries whether this is the case as well. So, some in agriculture and some other industries where there's a lot of immigrants. But what we find is Americans generally react to these price changes by moving into different occupations that are generally are harder occupations, require more skill, more hard work, longer hours, but generally also have higher wages. And that seems to be the way that Americans react to immigration so that wages don't fall.
Well, that a couple of points on the point you made about high school dropouts' wages being 1.7% lower than they would otherwise be. First of all, I know that there is a fellow by the name of George Borjas. Borjas.
Yep.
And his argument is a little more, I think, a little more pessimistic than that. It seems to suggest a cut of about 9 or 10% in wages.
So this number that I gave you is actually from Borjas. Oh. So there's a number of different estimations that Borjas has. Mm-hmm. You're going to talk about probably that 8 or 9% decline. Right. Relative decline for low skilled worker or high school dropouts. That is so in econ, there's several different models that he uses to estimate the wage decline. And that is a model that assumes the rest of the economy is totally static. And so the result of all these immigrants come in doesn't cause any other changes in the economy. There's no more capital formation, no more big machines are invested in building. The one with the negative 1.7, which is the one I told you, that assumes that the economy reacts to immigration in the way that we see it react to any normal population increase. So that's sort of the difference there. This is sort of the dynamic number, that minus 1.7, and the minus 8, minus 9% you're talking about is just sort of a static estimation, assuming that nothing else changes.
And since you're very familiar with those numbers too, that 9% is the I guess it sounds like that's like the worst case. Like if we imagine there's no growth in the economy as a result of immigration, like their effect on low skill workers is a reduction of about 9% from where they would otherwise be.
It's basically assuming that nobody makes any more investment in any capital goods as a result of immigrants being here. So just to give you an example about that, right? Imagine we are in a construction site and there are 10 workers and each of us have one hammer to work. In Borjas's static model example, if one immigrant comes on and gets hired in that workforce, the economy is so rigid that employer cannot buy another hammer to give to that worker.
Okay, so that's
it's 11 workers. It's 11 workers sharing 10 hammers. Yeah. So as a result of that, the abundance of labor increases, which means the price falls relative to the capital goods. Now that happens in a normal economy, and the reaction is to invest more in capital goods. But Borjas sort of cut that out. It's just sort of a back of the envelope thing that gets a lot of attention that he did.
Well, what about the other thing is it seems like these are figures that are kind of the whole country, but the effects of immigration are different in some areas than they would be in others, right? And I think you mentioned sort of they're different in terms of how they affect different industries. I mean, this is sort of the same point I was mentioning earlier, right? Where okay, maybe that's the diffuse loss that this one group suffers, but people in some towns, for example, for whatever reason, the local economic characteristics are such that maybe that people in those communities will be adversely impacted much more seriously than people in other communities. And those people are Americans too. They certainly should not be written off just for the greater good of the country, right? I mean, there got to be local areas where this effect is much bigger, right?
So what's interesting is Borjas, who's like the biggest skeptic of the benefits of immigration, says you can't actually really look at local areas. And his reason for that is that the US labor market workers are pretty mobile and they shift around. So his idea would be like, if you look at like a lot of immigrants going into a particular area, then what's going to happen is wages are going to decline in that area immediately. But that just means that Americans will stop moving there and they'll move to other places and people will move away from there. So any wage effects, he thinks, would be dissipated immediately, basically across all the different urban areas in the United States. Now, that's sort of his argument for looking at the entire nation. I do think there's more of an argument for looking at sort of regional or local areas. And Borjas does this later in his career, where he takes a look at Miami right after the Mariel boat lift. So Miami is a great example of what economists call a quasi-natural experiment, where basically Fidel Castro let 125,000 Cubans leave as long as they just went to Miami over a 42-day period in 1980.
Yeah.
And it increased Miami's population by 7% in 42 days, which is just a dramatic increase in population. And so, George Borjas was not the first to look at Miami in this way, but he found that when you take a look at the wages of high school dropouts in Miami, the wages declined like pretty substantially, like 30%, very shortly thereafter the boat lift. And that's a pretty large decline. What's interesting is I took a look at the same numbers, and it's true what he found for high school dropouts, but you take a look at the wages for people with only a high school education, and they go up by like 20% at the same period of time. So you're like, okay, what's going on here? And when you dig beneath the surface, and my friend, economists, Michael Clemens and Jennifer Hunt sort of dug into this, what happened is Borjas's sample sizes, and it's not due to anything he did, it's just the data he's working with.
Yeah.
In some years in Miami that he's looking at, there's like a sample size of like 7 people who are, and that's just not like a very good sample size, right? And also what happened was the census changed or the CPS, or the current population survey that they used, they changed their survey methodology beginning in 1980 when the boat lift occurred, because prior to that, they weren't sampling enough Black workers, but they started to oversample Black workers beginning in 1980. And one of the things we know about the U.S. labor market is controlling for everything else, Black workers do earn less than similarly educated other workers. So what happens is when you take all this stuff into account, and you rerun the numbers, basically it's a statistically significant decline in wages after the Mariel boat lift. It's really nothing really happens to the Miami labor market. These people get absorbed pretty quickly into it, and some of them move to other cities. I think we've probably all seen the movie Scarface with Al Pacino.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm dating myself by saying that, right?
Good movie. I hope you Zoomers watching get a chance to watch it.
Yeah, come on, you young kids. Get off your butts and go watch Al Pacino's Scarface. So there were likely actually some crime effects in Miami that were negative at the time. But the economic effects, they seem to have been absorbed into the labor market pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk a little bit about crime then, because that I think is probably the most visceral issue. When people talk about immigration, I know that during the 2016 campaign, we had other things going on in the last campaign, but during the 2016 campaign, there was a lot. There was a lot of focus on particularly gruesome crimes from immigrants. Just this weekend we had a hostage situation in a synagogue in Texas, and the person who took the hostages in Texas was I think a Muslim immigrant from Britain,
He was
and
a tourist. Yeah, he was a tourist from Britain. Yeah,
tourist from Britain. Thanks for
yeah,
correcting me on that.
no worries.
It's but I guess I'm not trying to make the argument here that people are bad, but I'm trying to represent here the skeptical view of immigration. Yeah, I like the argument here. The real takeaway is that the British people are dangerous. The From our chat.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, it seems one like there is some information that suggests that immigrants do have some effect on increasing crimes some of the time. Like you mentioned, some of the people in our chat have mentioned also studies in Arizona about increases of crime due to immigration. I have a hard time kind of steel manning this because it seems like the data is pretty overwhelmingly against that. But it seems like there are local examples to the contrary, like in different areas some of the time under some conditions, and it seems like a hard thing to say to someone. Well, look, it'll all probably be fine, unless it's not, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes there's more crime,
Yeah.
especially in this time where it seems like. Many Americans seem to perceive an increase in crime, and there has been an increase in certain crimes, during the pandemic period. I mean, it seems like a real hard sell to say to people, well, immigrants are actually commit less crime, even when they come from countries where, violence is a big problem.
Yeah, so I mean, the evidence is pretty overwhelming on this. So I'll start with the one exception to the rule, which is homicides in Miami did spike in the year after the Mariel boat lift happened, but it only lasted for about a year or two, and then it went back down to normal. So you mentioned, somebody mentioned Arizona
Yeah.
in the chat. That's a paper by John Arlott Jr. He made a mistake, just a simple methodological error. It wasn't intentional.
Mm-hmm.
But what that paper did was take a look at incarceration rates in Arizona, and he thought that one of the variables in Arizona's prison data identified people in prison as being illegal immigrants, where that's not actually what that variable meant. It meant people who were illegal immigrants, but also included a lot of illegal immigrants in that data point. So he made an error in that paper. So that's not a good source. One of the things that we did, one of the problems with studying this is that we know the crime rates for immigrants overall. And all immigrants overall have a much lower crime rate, much lower conviction rate, much lower incarceration rate than native-born Americans. But the response to that is, okay, Alex, like I can believe that for legal immigrants, but I don't believe that for illegal immigrants. Right. And it's actually a really hard thing to get at because 49 states in the country do not keep criminal data, and not, almost all crimes are state crimes. Mm-hmm. 49 states keep no criminal data about the immigration statuses of people who are incarcerated or convicted of crimes. But one state does.
Texas.
And right? The great state of Texas. Yeah. The great state of Texas keeps the good guess, man. You probably heard this before.
Texas is the reason I am sort of I didn't know 49 states didn't do that. I only know that Texas, as I researched this, Texas is the only state that seems to have any data on this. So
yeah. So what they do is they track the immigrant, because what happens is when you get arrested in the United States, local law enforcement will take your fingerprints, and those get run through the IAFIS system and other federal databases to basically see if you're wanted for crimes somewhere else, if you're wanted for crimes in that jurisdiction or elsewhere. And what that does is it automatically checks against DHS, Department of Homeland Security databases, to see if you're likely to be an illegal immigrant. And if you are likely to be an illegal immigrant, it sends a notice back to the local police. And what Texas does is they sort of like take the outcome of that check and attach it to you if you're arrested as you move through the criminal justice system. And so what this means is we can take a look at this. And what we find is that illegal immigrants have a criminal conviction rate of about 700 per 100,000 illegal immigrants, compared to about 1,500 per 100,000 natives. So if you're keeping score, illegal immigrants have a criminal conviction rate about half that of native-born Americans. And then when you take a look at legal immigrants have a much lower criminal conviction rate than even illegal immigrants. And that's for all crimes overall. And then when you dig into crimes like homicide, the criminal conviction rate for homicide for illegal immigrants is about a third below that of native-born Americans. And illegal immigrants are half again smaller than that for illegal immigrants. And, one of the responses I get to this was, yeah, Alex, all these illegal immigrants are committing crimes and then they're escaping back over the border. Well, we did a bunch of regressions to take a look at this. There are these data points called clearance rates, which is when a police department makes an arrest for a crime. And you take a look at homicide clearance rates in counties in Texas, and there's no difference between counties that have a lot of illegal immigrants and counties that don't have any at all, or hardly any. So there's no difference in clearance rates. So the evidence that somehow there's a large number of illegal immigrants who are committing crimes and escaping back over the border doesn't really exist. So the evidence that we do have, though, in the United States shows pretty conclusively in the state of Texas, which is a Republican state, a border state, second highest illegal immigrant population, and almost all the illegal immigrants are from Latin America. Yeah. They have a much lower crime rate than native-born Americans. Yeah. So I think if we can say that that's true in Texas, it's probably true elsewhere. I mean, there might be some state or two where there's an exception. There always are exceptions in large data sets with large samples like this. But it seems to be the general overall trend is if that's the relationship in a place like Texas, that's probably the relationship nationwide.
Well, a couple of points about that. First of all, not to be flippant, but when you talk about these immigrants, they have a crime rate about a third the rate of native-born Americans. Okay, well, the fact remains that if they weren't here, there'd be none of that crime, right? I mean, that's to me, for example, it might not seem very persuasive that they broke the law when they came here. They broke the law just by coming here. They're all lawbreakers in that sense. Maybe that doesn't mean much to me, but what do you say to somebody who says, look, that's all well and good, but one, not only did they break the law to get here, you may say it's very draconian and all that. We don't normally, though, excuse law breaking simply because we might object to the structure of the laws generally. And two, again, if they weren't here, we'd have none of that crime. What do you it's it's one of those points that seems hard to argue with.
Yeah, so I mean, one, on the first point, most of the people who've broken American immigration laws, those are civil offenses, not criminal offenses, because the punishment is not a jail term, but the punishment is deportation, which is actually technically not even a punishment under US law. It's just like righting the wrong. So it's not technically a crime, most immigration offenses. Some are, but most aren't. And then on the second point, I'd say the total number of crimes is definitely higher in the United States because immigrants are here. Because there are just some people, and you're going to have people, large numbers of people, some of them are going to commit crimes, and that's that. It's just that if you take 100 immigrants and add them to a local community, whereas adding another 100 natives to a local community, you're going to have many fewer crimes committed because of the immigrants being there than the natives. And what this means is mathematically, overall, because immigrants have a lower crime rate, that means the chance of native-born Americans being victimized by them is actually lower, being a criminal victim overall, just mathematically. Furthermore, and this is sort of a politically incorrect point, so I'm not sure ever how to make it, but I'm just going to make it, I guess. Most people who are criminals victimize those people they know and live around. Right. And people, immigrants, people tend to live around people who are, similar race, similar ethnicity, similar immigration status.
Yeah.
So most of the victims of crimes committed by illegal immigrants are actually other illegal immigrants. Now, that doesn't make those crimes any less serious a violation of those individuals'
For
human
sure.
rights. But if you're worried about that from the perspective of sort of these people, infringing upon the rights of native-born Americans, um, almost, I mean, there are exceptions to this, but most of the cases, the majority of the cases, estimated about 80%
Mm-hmm.
of crimes committed by illegal immigrants are committed against other illegal immigrants.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you made that point because that was something I was thinking about as you were talking. I mean, I know that most other, I think all other crime, maybe there's some exception, but it seems like most crime is in group member against in group member. You know, women, men, across races.
Yeah, it's
Families.
like, yeah, like, gang wars, right? Like
Right,
people in gang wars fighting, they're fighting over turf. They're usually neighbors.
right.
A crime inside of a family. Most people marry people who kind of look like them.
Mm-hmm.
Crime in family. People fight with their neighbors,
Right,
right? And get in fights over parking spots and shoot each other and other
yeah.
crazy things like that. And that is a good amount of the crime that happens. I mean, you take a look at the increase in homicide in the last year in the United States. It's up by about like 5,000. So it's like a 33% increase in
Yeah.
homicides, which is like a pretty large increase. But it is concentrated. The victims, anyway, of this are concentrated amongst Black Americans.
Mm-hmm.
The increase in number of victims who are white or Hispanic or Asian, not that much. It's pretty flat.
Yeah.
So there really is sort of like differences in terms of at least victimhood, and of offenders by these different races. And they typically tend to, you know, offend against people who are nearby who tend to be more like them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think it is a worthwhile point to make. I mean, because ultimately, I think that the kind of folks who are skeptical of these arguments are, are skeptical of, are worried about like being the victims of crime. So I appreciate you making
And
the point.
that's rational.
Yeah,
And that's rational,
for
right? I
sure.
mean, I think one of the restrictions that should be in place in the American immigration system is to keep out violent and property offenders,
Yeah, yeah,
because those are individuals who infringe upon the rights of other people. And I think it's perfectly legitimate for the government to try to keep those folks out.
yeah. So, Alex, I know I scheduled this for an hour. I had a few more questions. Do you have a few more than 5 minutes, or is there? I mean, I'm not
I,
sure how long
I've
you
got
can
like
chat.
10, 15 minutes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So a couple more things I'd like to ask you about this issue. So you mentioned the chaos on the border, and I am skeptical that there's a lot that the government can do about that because it seems to be the case that ultimately the reason our immigration restrictions continually fail is that we are continually trying to put the government in between economic relationships, the allure of which on both sides is far stronger than really most borders could ever hope to be, particularly if we continue to want to maintain the pretense that we are in some way a humane country. If we're not seriously
Yeah.
militarizing the border and gunning people down as they try to come in, there is really nothing we can do to stop most economic relationships because we're just not that interested in them compared to the people who are, directly participating in them. That's kind of my theory for this. But if that's the case, then how do you ever really get the border under control to the point where people feel a little more comfortable with the idea of having more immigration?
So I think you hit on something very important. The median immigrant coming to the United States faces about a four-fold increase in his or her income by coming here.
Mm-hmm.
And that is adjusting for the cost of living. So a four-fold increase. That's like amazing, right? Like I've never had one job to the next where it's a four-fold increase in
Yeah.
wages, right? I started working in high school. That's an enormous amount of pressure. And so what you hit on is what I call like the immigration catch 22. In order to get, we need to have control of the border in order, or at least the public needs to perceive there to be control over the border in order for people to support liberalized immigration. But the only way we're going to get control is if the government liberalizes immigration
Yeah.
so that these people come in legally. And so what happens in reality is people are upset, they perceive chaos, the government doubles down with more enforcement, As a result, more chaos arises because it's the same problem with the top-down order trying to control a chaotic, spontaneous order, or a spontaneous order like immigration. As a result, you get more chaos. Perceptions of chaos increase in the public. So it's this like very bad cycle that basically moves us further and further away from immigration enforcement. So what we really need is a law or a president or something to break that cycle to the point where people perceive that chaos has gone on the border so that you can liberalize. But the only way you're going to get that is through liberalization. So I haven't really figured out a way to get out of this other than trying to convince an American president to basically open the borders to allow people to come in lawfully. Because I think that'll work, right? Like you're always going to have nativists who are opposed to immigration no matter what. But if you don't have terrifying pictures of people breaking the rules, you don't have pictures of people breaking the law, you don't have mass chaos, you instead just have people lining up and coming in with papers. No, very few people care about that by comparison. So you really like reduce the perceptions of chaos. Like my example is, Obama ended wet foot, dry foot for Cubans. And prior to early 2017, Cubans could just land in the United States and they get a green card. Land anywhere and they got a green card. After that, they couldn't do that anymore thanks to actions by President Obama. Like his last action as president. It's like, thanks, dude, on the way out. And as a result now, like a large number of asylum cases are Cubans showing up to the border with Mexico in the United States, clogging up the system. And now people really care about it, because these are people who are coming up and it's illegal and, there are laws being broken and it's clogging up the system and there's terrifying pictures. But if they could just come and be like, hey, I'm Cuban, let me in. And the U.S. government says, oh, okay, here's your green card. There's no chaos. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I will say I'd never really heard much in the way of complaints about Cuban immigration prior to, the end of the policy. Does the president have the executive authority today to where if Joe Biden decided, you know what? I'm down with what you're saying, Jack or Alex. If he'd said that, could he really, make those decisions on his own?
So, American law gives the president an enormous amount of power over legal immigration. The Supreme Court has said that he can stop anybody from coming under any reason, and there are statutes that say he can basically let in anybody he wants. Those statutes saying he can let in anybody he wants have not been tested in practice to the extent that the statutes that allow him to close the border have been practiced or have been guaranteed. So I would say theoretically, yes.
It's strange to imagine,
in there, but it hasn't been tested.
Yeah, that one is strange to imagine too, because he would control the agencies that would be enforcing. Who are these people going to be bringing the cases against him? I don't know. It's hard to imagine, but
somebody would find a way to have standing, right? I mean, there's usually somebody, but it's under a authority called advanced parole authority, where basically the president can issue parole documents to anybody he wants to. And set up a system to do it and be like, all right, now you can come in, Jack, or whatever it is that Joe Biden. That's my terrible Biden impression, right? It's like come on in, Pop and Jack. What was the name of that guy who's still
Corn Pop?
Popcorn Jim, Corn Pop. Come on in, Corn Pop. You could do that.
Sounds good. All right, I have a couple quick ones for our last few minutes here. So first of all, generally speaking, it seems to be the case that we are perhaps toward the end of that period of human population growth where America will be able... We're not at the end, but we are perhaps within our lifetimes going to see the end of that period of human population growth such that we really could have millions of people coming to the United States each year, or at least hundreds of thousands, like every year, really without having to do much other than just get out of their way. It seems to me that at some point, we only really have so many years to take advantage of this benefit. Is that fair to say?
The way that global population growth is shrinking dramatically, in East Asia, India is almost at the point where they're below replacement, pretty close. And that's something that's a dramatic reversal. Total fertility rates went from like in Yemen, they went, or like in Iran, like in 1980, they went from like 6 children per woman. Now they're at like 1.5.
Oh, wow.
And that's a poor country, right? Like
Yeah.
that's a country poorer than Mexico, to put it in American perspectives. The only place in the world where people are still having like very, very large families on average is many sub-Saharan African countries.
Mm-hmm.
And I will suspect, since a lot of these countries are starting to develop, what we're going to see is that fertility transition where birth rates will start to fall there as well. So population will probably start to, global population will probably, at least according to fairly optimistic projections, continue to grow till about the year 2100 and then start to shrink.
Yeah.
But one of the things we've seen with demographic projections over time is that they're too optimistic.
Mm.
So we'll probably start seeing, barring some amazing technological breakthrough like artificial wombs or radical life extension
Yeah.
or something else like that, we'll probably start seeing population declines around the world in like 60 to 80 years.
Yeah.
And that's going to be especially acute in developing countries in Western Europe and East Asia. I mean, the total fertility rate, the number of children per woman in South Korea is like 0.8.
Mm.
And in Taiwan, it's like 1. And in China, it's 1.3. In Japan, it's like 1.
Yeah.
That's like devastating,
Yeah.
right? Like we're at 1.6 in the United States, which is super low. So do your part, people. No, but we're super low. But compared to some of these other countries in the world, man, it's like, in the lifetime of your children, like basically your society is going to cease to function.
Yeah, that's the thing that's why I bring it up, is that it seems like at a certain point, if we don't really double down on automating a lot more, we're not going to be able to, like our social programs that depend on basically this never-ending surplus of workers, whether you're born here or not, they're not really going to be able to function, because they all depend on there being more people paying in than collecting, and to say nothing of the economic impact. And so one of the things that kind of frustrates me about this issue is that it seems like there's really kind of a grab bag, not to dehumanize anybody, but it seems like basically with respect to immigration, countries that can attract a lot of immigrants stand a good chance of really making it through that period, as opposed to countries like, say, China, that nobody really wants to immigrate to, or very small numbers. I know there's actually an African community in Guangzhou, I think, but by and large, there's not a lot of immigration interest in China. So.
No, that's right. It's one of these things that has been America's, like, one of our secret weapons over the years, and is the fact that we have such a large growing immigrant population. Because the thing that we sort of need to realize is immigrants aren't like the average people in the countries where they come from. They are sort of self-selected. They tend to be a little bit more on the extraordinary side. They tend to be more, energetic, ambitious, smart, risk takers.
Yeah.
And it's hard to put that into paper, right? But you see it in the economic outcomes here. And there's just a lot of them too. And that really aids and helps the United States. So if we could open the borders a bit more than we have been historically, get some windfall population growth before the world starts to decline, we'll be in much better positions, I think, to deal with the declining global population than many of these other countries in the world. And especially if you're worried about countries like China, like I'm not very worried about China from a national security perspective. Like obviously China's an evil government, but from a national security perspective, I'm not very worried about it. But if you are worried about it, you should want to outcompete them economically and as much as possible in terms of population. And that requires opening up the borders a little bit. Let's siphon off 10 million of the most educated Chinese workers per year, and let them in the United States and see how well they do with that.
Sounds good to me. Well, Alex, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for giving us a couple extra minutes here. I appreciate it. I always appreciate your work, and I appreciate you reaching out to have this chat. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it, and it was great.
I had a great time, man. I had a great time. Love to do it again. Thanks so much for being able to do it. And I know you have a real job during the day. Me, I just have, I just have hobbies that people pay me to do. It's fantastic. So thanks for taking the time, man.
No, I am as I've kind of connected with folks like you on Twitter, I'm like super jealous of this kind of field. It just seems so interesting. So always cool to talk with folks like you here, fighting the good fight for a free society. So thank you so much, Alex. Have a good night.
Thanks, man. You too.
All right, folks. What'd you think? I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I thought it was a good chat. And yeah, I'm happy to ask your questions. I think I got everybody's questions. I didn't ask for any questions because we had a lot of good questions. So I think we had plenty of them. But yeah, what'd you think? What's your takeaway? Feeling good about the immigration? Bad about it? I don't know. What do you think? Let me put a little music on in the background so we can pivot here. We'll talk about. Did anyone ask about his thoughts on the FDA? It came up. He's not a fan of the Food and Drug Administration. Although I got to say, I don't know that many people are fans of the Food and Drug Administration lately, with the way that they've handled the coronavirus. So, yeah, I don't know. I appreciated too that I would bring up these studies that I only sort of know or knew. Kind of at a superficial level. And he knew exactly what he was talking about. Oh, yeah, 9%. Yeah, that's this study from this guy. Yep, nailed it. I thought about asking your question, Rage Pope, about Storm Lake. I looked it up while he was talking, and I couldn't find any good stories to pivot off of. Like, all the stories I went through, like 5 or 6 of them, and they were all like... everything's great in Storm Lake. They still vote for Trump, too. So, it was kind of a... I don't know. They're all anecdotal? Y'all remember what it was like for the FDA? Well, your fiancé, Mrs. B, he is not a fan of Theodore Roosevelt, actually. And I got to say, he actually made a pretty good case that Theodore Roosevelt was a terrible president. I will say, Teddy Roosevelt definitely screwed up big time in the Russo-Japanese War when the Japanese, who were certainly the more progressive of the two powers, they had victory over Russia in the bag. They were feeling good. Victory over what was at the time the most brutal police state in the world, and victory, at least perceived victory against colonialism. And Teddy Roosevelt goes over there to represent the white race and convince the Japanese to settle for less, basically, than they won, and helped. He did in that way help further the post-war enmity that the Japanese felt after the Russo-Japanese War. I don't think it was quite like what the Germans felt after World War I, but it was something sort of related, sense of frustration. All that sacrifice, and what do we gain out of it, So, no, it was no good on that. Now, other things, Panama Canal. Wouldn't argue too much with that, but I thought the way that he described Teddy Roosevelt's involvement in the economy, didn't know about all that. I didn't know about the welfare programs he described, for example. And I didn't know about his anti-immigration position. That's I don't know why I'm surprised, but I guess I really shouldn't be. He did have a lot of weird positions with respect to healthy stock. So, so it goes. The failure of Malthusian. That said, Teddy Roosevelt still did plenty of good things, but that was a good criticism of Teddy Roosevelt. So anyway. Jared Boudouin. First time chatter, good to have you here, my friend. Right on. Welcome. Let's see here. A lot of the less charitable consider him a proto-fascist. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I'd say we certainly have plenty of proto-fascism in the Confederacy. I think that's certainly our fascist period in the United States, the Confederacy. And maybe arguably the post-Reconstruction, pre-Civil Rights South in some ways, particularly the way that a lot of the white-only governments were established through like force and violence. So yeah, something there. I don't know that I'd say Teddy Roosevelt, that was a proto-fascist. The Dan Carlin Hardcore History on the Spanish-American War isn't very complimentary of TR. Oh, you know. I don't really know what his involvement was other than the charge on San Juan Hill, right? The invasion of Cuba. Sherman was limited by the technology of his time. True. I'm glad to hear it, Jared. All right. Sorry, by the way, Kite, to let you know, apparently that our immigration expert says that basically you just have to hope that you get lucky to come from Canada to the United States. That is a drag. But, you know, we have 100 wonderful people watching right now. Maybe one of them is interested in a marriage of convenience. Don't tell the immigration authorities, though, that you met them in a Twitch chat. All right? Okay, let's see if we got any other questions here. Zerk says, you think about interviewing any urban planners? Let's see, the last time we talked to an urban planner was, let's see, we talked to, let's see, Nolan Gray. That was a good one. That was a while back, though. And we also talked with, let's see, we talked with Nolan Gray, and we talked with, let me get her name right, Emily Hamilton. That was actually our first guest that we had on our show. It was a lot of fun. Have you read the article, The Housing Theory of Everything? It's really good. I have not. Maybe you could send it to me, Casual Philosophy. Zerks, I'm sure it's on the YouTube channel. Definitely worth checking out. In fact, let me see if I can find a link to it. By the way, folks, if you're new to this channel, if you haven't been here before, hey, check out our Twitter. Great place to be. We announce all the shows on the Twitter, and it's always a lot of fun. And occasionally, I get in ridiculous fights with malevolent communists, and it is usually communists. I'm not saying that just as a meme. It really does tend to be communists who want to have, really knock down, drag out nasty fights on Twitter. It's always over just the most innocuous stuff. Like, it's not when I say something like, oh man, America sure is poggies. We should really defend, Taiwan from China. I don't really care about that. It's when I say stuff like Puerto Rico should be a state, or the supermarket is a lot of fun. I enjoy the supermarket. It's always that kind of stuff. They charge in with these weird takes, where, God, when I did the, hey, Shaq, it's great to see ya. Let me find the supermarket one as an example. I'm going to do another one of those sometime. Maybe I'll, let me see, I'll do that in, I thought about doing it in, a Home Depot the other day, Okay, so this is the tweet I did about the supermarket a while back. It's, it's not really that it's not really that interesting. Let me pull it up here and zoom in. Oh, wait, actually, I can just do this. Okay. So sometimes I walk into the supermarket and can't help but think about how modern civilization is an absolute marvel to behold. And hey, Crowdsource Politics, thank you so much for the raid. I sure do appreciate it. It's great to have you here. Folks, if you haven't visited Crowdsource Politics yet, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're wasting your life. Get it together. Folks, go visit our good buddy, Crowdsource Politics. He's pro-fascism? Is Crowdsource Politics pro-fascism? Are you pro-fascism, Crowdsource Politics? I have to say, I don't really know much about you. Okay. Well, he's not pro-fascism. There's a link to his stream. Be sure to give him a follow. He must be pro-good things because he rated me. And, we only have top quality fans here on this channel. All right, so anyway, I took the pictures of the supermarket here. What's wrong with fascism? Many things are wrong with right-wing authoritarian militaristic government that seems to only end through all-consuming, thoroughly destructive, often global war, or otherwise the dissolution of society. There's a lot wrong with that, a lot wrong with that, The Holocaust. Fascism. You know? I mean, it's... God, it's always... You know, I used to be, like, surprised by these questions that I would get sometimes on Twitch, but now it's just like, geez Louise. Insane. Yeah. 60 million dead. World War II. Thanks to fascism. With a supporting role from communism, but yeah, that war was primarily the result of fascism. And, you know, somebody made a real good point the other day with the, with the, of course, forever argument of who was worse, Hitler or Stalin? Well, it's actually pretty easy when you think about it, because Hitler never even managed to get close to doing all the killing that he specifically wanted to do, and Stalin basically had free reign for his whole reign. So Hitler was far and away the worst of the two. Not to mention, again, brought the whole world into war, destroyed continental Europe, the Soviet Union. Just, you know, why am I even saying this? This is obviously a clear position. Anyway, white and chocolate puppies. This was a little meme I took a picture of. And I thought that would be funny, but people just freaking screamed about this. I mean, it's not normal that 10,000 people like some pictures of this. It's not normal that you get all these quote tweets, but I think, 6 million people freaking saw this. It's insane, you know? It's ridiculous. And it was just people competing with one another to say, oh man, you're so weird. Or usually to say, well, did you know supermarkets waste 10% of their produce? Actually, they waste 20%. Actually, they waste 40%. Actually, they waste 80%. They waste all of their produce. It's insane. I mean, it's just, at a certain point, it's just like, you know, people just competing with one another to just, spin the biggest yarn. What was wild was I found out later that the supermarket I actually snapped pictures of donates all of its food to either the local food kitchens or, that is to say, to both, but first to the local food kitchens and second to the local senior citizens center. So it was like, they're doing everything right, but, you know, never enough for the Reds. Okay. That's a good video. Good one, Rage Pope. The Lakeview, ladies and gentlemen. Holy moly, the Lakeview with Nate Swade, folks. Nate Swade. Well, they donate all that they don't sell. Casual philosophy. Nate Swade, folks. Let me drop a link here to Nate Swade. Nate Swade, a great streamer. He's what we call poggers, folks. Be sure to check out his stream. Always good stuff from Nate. Great member of our community, and I'm proud to be an orbiter of Nate's. I no longer, alas, command the stream schedule to orbit to be orbited, but I am proud to orbit some great streamers, particularly Nate Swade, and of course Stardust, who is I'm glad to see he's doing quite well. So, okay. So, folks, it's time to talk about some serious issues here. All right, it's time to talk about some serious issues. Time to talk about some serious issues, folks. In fact, let me see here. If I can find something here real quick. Have you prepared for your moderator duties in the upcoming Destiny versus the Communist Crypto Gentleman debate? Did you even read the Castro Coin white paper? Oh my God, we got to watch this, folks. This is too good. We got to watch this. This is the funniest thing I've seen in ages. All right, funniest thing I've seen in ages. I don't know, man. I thought it cracked me up. All right, let me pull it up here so that we can watch this incredible video together. All right, folks, are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
What's up, everybody? It's Dakami Crypto Gentleman, and this is an open invitation to Stephen Bonnell, goes by the online moniker of Destiny, to a debate. Because frankly, I don't think you know the first thing when it comes to communism, and I know you don't know anything about crypto. Because Stalin would have loved Bitcoin. Stalin would have killed all the kulaks for not holding Doge. I'm here with my crew. We're going to take the yacht out tomorrow. You're welcome to come for a ride, have a little debate. This dude loves NFT.
Facts, comrade.
What are you working on?
Castro coin, baby.
How's it coming along?
These fucking libs keep forking my blockchain, dude.
Liberals, stay mad, stay mad. The commies are getting rich off crypto. No coin, liberals, just like Destiny. Looking forward to the debate. If you're not afraid, take care. You got a couple days until we take a private jet back to the commie crypto headquarters in Chicago.
And then he just looks at the camera breathing. So I've been sharing this video far and wide ever since I found, since I saw it. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I don't think he sent it to me. I think somebody sent it to me. I don't think it was him though. I'm not sure now that I think about it. But I do this thing sometimes when I have something I really want to push where I'll like retweet it. I'll let it sit for an hour. Then I will unretweet and retweet it again. Because it's just so funny. I really wanted to share that with people because that is the funniest thing I've ever seen. And folks, if you think this is just like a meme, if you think that Wildman18, the communist crypto gentleman is a meme, folks, I mean, that's real money. That ain't no joke there, folks. That's a lot of money. I mean, that's a lot of cash money, all right? Look, if they're all $1 bills, I mean, hell, that is still a lot of money, folks. That's all $1 bills, so what? I mean, he's rocking at least a few $1,000s there. Yeah, I mean, hell, it's more than most people on Twitch got to rub together, right? All right, but it's fiat. Dog, what is the point of this crypto stuff except to eventually pawn it off on somebody else for fiat? The only difference is he's a communist, and so he's doing it to pawn it off on somebody for fiat so that he can then use the fiat, presumably to fund the revolution or whatever. You know, I mean, what's the difference? You know, I mean, isn't that what people are buying it for? Eliminate the $1 bill, switch to coins already. I don't know about that. Kind of a hassle. Reno TV says, how are Twitter Spaces going for you? Are they going to be a thing or not? I enjoy the Twitter Spaces. I do want to do more of them. I'm wondering if I can do them while I do streams, because I would like that a lot. I think now at this point, probably I've got a lot more growth potential on the Twitter than the Twitch, because you got to be really consistent here, and that's a hard thing for me to do. I was kind of flattered when our guest mentioned that I have a day job. So that can make it hard to do sometimes. I literally was working until 15 minutes before I started streaming. Part of that is because I actually was super interested in what I was working on today. But part of that is also just because I've just been busy lately. But that said, I do enjoy logging in to the Twitter to screw around for 5 or 10 minutes at a time before I get back to work. So. Okay, let's see, get some conservative music here in the background. That isn't like, let me see here. Well, let's see, background guitar. No, I don't want anything copyrighted, I don't want to delete the stream. Let's see, background country guitar music. I don't know. What does that sound? I don't want no Dixie music. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Let's see. When's music? 1 hour of cinematic, dark, ambient. How about this? Mongolian throat singing. Folks. I don't know if you've heard about this, but they came for our M&Ms today. They came for our M&Ms. All right? We have any non-Americans in here, folks? Anybody in here who doesn't like M&Ms? Well, the liberals, the left, the lefty agenda came for our M&Ms today. All right? I don't know if you've heard about this, but it's actually quite insane. All right, and we're gonna take a look at this. All right, we're gonna take a look at this because it is really just a cultural disaster. All right. Okay, we're gonna read a quick article here about M&Ms and how apparently they're going woke now. All right, they're going woke. The M&Ms. Let's take a look here at this article. All right. Candy is about to get a lot more inclusive, with the maker of M&M's announcing its famed characters are getting modern makeovers and will have more nuanced personalities. Folks, can you believe this? Can you believe this? Mars Incorporated, the company behind the colorful candy-coated chocolates, announced Thursday a global commitment to creating a world where everyone feels they belong and society is inclusive. As part of the new mission to increase the sense of belonging for 10 million people around the world by 2025. What does that mean? Who can say? Mars said the M&M characters, who serve as mascots of sorts for the brand, would be receiving fresh new looks. All right, get this. Anybody in here remember what happened to Lola Bunny? You guys remember Lola Bunny? Anybody in here remember Lola Bunny? Let's take a quick look here at what they did to Lola Bunny. Folks, I don't know about you, but I used to... This cartoon bunny used to look like a woman. Remember what she used to look like? And now, what is this? What is this agender? You know, what is this? Is this Lola Bunny? Is this Bugs Bunny? You know, who can really even tell anymore? All right? True, Jared, from stepsister to sister. They took Lola Bunny from us. They tried to take Mr. Potato Head from us. Oh, but it goes on. Now, the green M&M, previously seen in ads posing seductively and strutting her stuff in white go-go boots, will now sport a pair of sneakers. Y'all remember the green M&M? Y'all remember the green M&M, folks? Anybody here remember the green M&M? Folks? Look at this. The green M&M here. Thigh-high go-go boots. You know, give it a little kiss. A model of American womanhood. And what have they done to the green M&M, folks? What have they done? They've taken her boots, and now she sports a pair of sneakers, and she, quote, enjoys being, quote, a hype woman for my friends. Quote, I think we all win when we see more women in leading roles, so I'm happy to take on the part of supportive friend when they succeed. The green M&M said on the promotional site. The green M&M said... Not only have you taken the hot fictional green M&M away from us, but now she's talking to me in my news articles from the Hill. Another character, the brown M&M, described her motto as not bossy, just the boss. Neoliberalism in full swing here, folks. Oh, they won't give you higher wages, but they'll take your M&Ms from you, and then they'll try and sell them back to you in the form of empowerment. I bought a bag of M&Ms after reading this article because I couldn't stop thinking about them. I don't feel any more empowered, but I'll tell you what I am. I'm 500 calories fatter. Mars said in announcing the refresh that M&Ms, which were first released in 1941 during World War II, folks. During World War II. Back when... I was going to say men were men, but, you know, I guess male candies were male candies. Will have an updated tone of voice that is more inclusive, welcoming, and unifying while remaining rooted in our signature jester, wit, and humor. As one of the world's most iconic candy brands, Catherine's like Mars Wrigley's chief growth officer said in a statement, who better to commit to a world with more moments of fun by increasing a sense of belonging around the globe than M&Ms? All right, so that's the background, folks, but it gets worse than that. Let's take a look at what they've really done here. To the brand. what they've really done to these beloved American characters. Let me show you here. Let me show you, because it's just, I think, disgusting. J-Reg warned us about this. A lot of people warned us about this. And unfortunately, the chickens, as Reverend Wright, President Obama's favorite pastor, who he could no more disown than his grandmother, as he once put it, the chickens are coming home to roost. All right, folks. Hi, we have something to tell you. I'm listening. Okay. Let's take a look, folks. One for all and all for fun. M&M's is a chocolate brand on a mission. We believe in championing the power of fun to create a world where everyone feels like they belong. Fun is not planned, they say. It is found, and there's plenty to discover with M&M's. Fun can cross borders and boundaries. This is more disgusting globalism than your average Bastiat stream, and can bridge differences and divides. Best of all, there is always more of it when you aren't the only one having it. Our ambition is to upend the expected, break through barriers, and discover the little joys shared in everyday life. Imagine a world with less judgment and more connection and consistent laughter. Together, we can make this a reality for all fun kind. Fun kind. Folks, you ever met a member of fun kind? It is toxic trademark. They're just trying to suck all the life out of us so they can sell it back to us in the form of these little bags of candy. I like the peanut butter, though, because his hair kind of looks like mine. I like it. What we mean when we say for all fun kind. All right, folks, you ready? You ready? You're ready to venture into the beating black heart of neoliberalism? You ready, folks? You ready for this? Well, get ready. You're gonna be ready. Here we go. Look at the orange one. He's like, what am I doing here? Am I not a man? Oh, man candy, I guess. All welcome here. Yeah, everybody's welcome to buy your candy. Took away our go-go boots. This orange guy, he's terrified. He's terrified of this globalist hellscape. I'm looking at. All these languages, where'd the English go?
It's you.
For all fun kind. All right, folks, you ready for this? Brown M&M and heels, not bad. All right, so meet the crew. All right, you ready to meet these folks? First of all, look at them. Look at these sad shells of shelled candy. Look at what has become of them. Peanut M&M, characteristically stupid, looks happy as ever. Meanwhile, the red M&M, an obvious shout out to an obvious. The red M&M is obviously a slight toward Trump supporters, Republican voters. He's played out to look short and to be angry. Meanwhile, here's the orange M&M, who's obviously got some kind of emotional problem. They just revel in it. They use it as a brand. Disgusting. Here's the brown boss lady M&M. Her high heels have been made less high. Why, folks? What's wrong with some high heels? The blue M&M, oh, he's cool, isn't he? And the green M&M, where do boots go? Now she just wears sneakers like everybody else in this uniform, monocultured world where nobody dresses up or prepares for anything. Nobody wears suits on their streams anymore. Oh, I'm just wearing my t-shirt. Nobody cares about anything anymore. The one bit of class you had in your life was the green M&M and her high heels, and now you don't even have that anymore. All right. Riga W, thank you for subscribing. It's good to have you. Let's take a look at what they've done, these characters. Like, the one M&M who had some character, they made him into a clown. I instinctively know I had great instincts. What? What's your best quality? If I had to pick one, I'd say it's my charisma and my smarts, and of course my humility. This is obviously an attack on ordinary American males. You know, just more corporate double talk BS attempt to just smother American masculinity. It's really disgusting. Meanwhile, here's Yellow, the peanut M&M. He's obviously dumb as can be. He's pigeon-toed. He's smiling even though he's got no reason to. He's going to be sealed in a bag and then devoured. He's just smiling like an idiot. My favorite thing about today is everything. Wow. They've reduced the yellow peanut M&M, who used to occasionally have a clever bit of riposte with the red M&M. They've reduced him into an Instagram photo caption. What would be the first thing you would do if today was your last day? Well, I guess the first thing I would do is wake up. What do they think we are? You know, meanwhile, here's the orange M&M. Yeah, exactly, Granddad Christmas. He's another attack on masculinity. It's like Dick Van Dyke, who comes home after a hard day of work. You Zoomers don't know who that is, I guess. But, you know, he trips over. The first thing he does when he gets home is he trips over. He trips over the ottoman, makes a fool of himself. They're just trying to attack men. Last username asked a good question. I wonder if M&Ms contain soy. Let's see. Milk chocolate. Milk fat. Soy lecithin. Soy lecithin is in his M&Ms. Soy lecithin. I don't know what that is. Lecithin, lecithin, whatever, folks. Meanwhile, the orange M&M, he's that other part of masculinity that has been reduced into a joke, folks. I find your lack of concern extremely concerning. You know, this character has apparently been designed to appeal to Zoomers. Any Zoomers in the chat, folks? He's obviously some kind of incel. Some kind of omega male. I don't know if you folks are up on the different male archetypes. The different male archetypes, folks. All right. There's alpha males, all right, on top. For now. All right. There's your beta males. They want the alpha male to approve of them. They emulate the alpha male. There's your sigma males, all of our viewers here in the chat, and of course myself. Your sigma males. Sigma males who don't care what anybody thinks about them, man. They're just self-confident. They just live their lives as they see fit. And then you've got your omega males, like the orange M&M, who are consumed by self-loathing, who have no confidence in themselves, who cannot talk to women, who are on the edge of permanent disaster, and who are, according to several YouTube videos I've watched, the likeliest to engage in violence and lash out against society. And this is who Big Candy wants you to look up to. It's disgusting. Shun the orange M&M. Indeed. Crush the orange M&M. Throw the orange M&M away. I'm a Ligma male, says Luis Guerrero 93. Well, easy cure for that. Subscribe to this channel. Instant Sigma male credibility. All right. I can't leave the house without panicking, folks. And imagine being a Zoomer and being faced with this kind of just like disgusting presentation of manhood. All right. It's a joke. It's a sad joke. And we're all the victims. You know, we're all the punchline. You know, they just sell us the slop. Guarantee Trump would have stopped this? Oh, yeah, Comdorvis. He would have called up the M&M company and said, look, guys, we can't do this. We've got to deal with the Chinese. We've got to deal with the Russians. We've got to be tough. We've got to be strong. Get rid of that orange M&M. Keep the old green one. Something like that. I don't know. Meanwhile, here's the green M&M. All right? Used to be somebody like Lola Bunny you could really look up to as a young man. And what is her best quality now? A hype woman for my friends. I think we all win when we see more women in leading roles, so I'm happy to take on the part of supportive friend when they succeed. Folks, they're trying to convince people, men and women, into being what we call betas into exuding that beta energy, folks. They want you to exude that beta energy. Why? Just another globalist trick. They want you to roll over and surrender when Xi Jinping and his army of 1.2 billion communists come knocking. I think we all win when we see other people in leading roles, so I'm happy to be a supportive friend. What? Take charge of your life. Lead, or get out of the way. What is this? My motto is, any past transgressions that still haunt you. Nothing haunts me. My motto is live and learn and move on. Again, that's what they want. That's what they want, folks, is they want you to be rootless consumers who believe in nothing, right? You don't have a country. No country. No identity. No religion. Imagine, folks, just like John Lennon said, no gods. No borders. Oh, wouldn't it be great? That's what this is. It's the same thing. Just live in the present. Move on. You know, it would be comical if it wasn't so scary. Here's the brown M&M. More of an obvious attempt to attack American manhood. What would be the first thing you would do if today was your last day? I'd answer interview questions like this because honestly, that seems to slow time to a crawl. I want you to be weak, folks. I want you to see this piece of candy and think, oh, I'll just buy you and eat you because I do whatever you say. KCJ from LI, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Good to have you. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Exactly. And that brings us to perhaps the most pernicious one of them all, the blue M&M, who you're intended to relate to as the everyman. Hey, he's cool, right? Look at this. What were your dreams as a child? My dream was just to be happy. Literally a blue pill. That's right, Matt. Literally a blue pill. Just be happy. That's my dream in life. I don't want to achieve anything. I don't want to build a pyramid. I don't want to conquer I don't want to surpass the empire of Alexander the Great. Ooh, I just want to be happy, guys. That's right. Give me the soma. Hook me up to the machine, folks, because it's over. That's it. Literally the blue pill. That's right. Occam's razor. Being happy is big time beta, all right? You need to be happy because you have achieved something. Because you've done something. You can't just be happy. Oh, I woke up out of bed. I had some M&M's. I'm feeling good about myself. No. No. The M&M's are at best a relief after a hard day of accomplishment, of achievement. Why are the M&Ms on the news? I'll tell you why, Lucius. They're on the news because they've been turned woke. They've been wokeified. They've been ruined. Like Lola Bunny, like Mr. Potato Head, like everything else good and noble and decent in our culture. It's been ruined. And it's been a long time coming, obviously. I mean, the signs have been there the whole time, really, if you're willing to look. I was curious about this, so I did a little bit of research on my own. And I'll show you. I'll show you here exactly what these folks have been up to. All right, here's an M&M's commercial. All right, that really just gives it all away. All right, take a look.
People love pretzels and chocolate together, but now you have taken it too far. I don't care if I'm the official spokes candy for the new pretzel M&Ms. There is no way that you're putting a giant pretzel inside me.
Who's he convincing? He's not even convincing himself. He's just made to be a character who just is punched down on, looked down on. You know? It's disgusting, frankly. Casey says, my favorite neoliberal, I'm an American election official from New York who was lucky enough to experience terroristic threatening by MAGA fucks. Ooh, I hope you're okay. Sorry to hear that. We're doing some important research into the way that the radical left is ruining our candy. But to take a moment from that, I hope you're doing okay, and thank you for the kind words. This is why they tell us to get colonoscopies. Absolutely. Sarah says, can't even tie his shoes right. Yeah, big true. Look at that. It's disgusting. But it gets worse, folks. Look at that pretzel. Oh, keep your eyes open.
Listen, buddy, I'm not too thrilled about this either.
Oh, boy.
New M&M's pretzel. A crunchy pretzel inside an M&M's.
Get ready. Look at this. What does this say? This pretzel with an arrow, get inside this unwilling M&M. What does this say? How do I explain this to my children? What do I tell them, folks? How do you explain this to your children? This ain't natural. Is it? Pretzels inside of an M&M? Is this natural, folks? When I grew up, you had your pretzels and you had your M&Ms, and you didn't have to mix them all up together like that. Instead, it's just like, this M&M obviously doesn't want to do it. Oh, but the rest of society's just like, oh, come on, it's fun, just one time. And before you know it, he's gone. He's a pretzel M&M. Is this like saying a man can be pregnant? Sure seems that way, Likens. Sure seems that way.
All right, let's get this over with.
Right there. It's frankly pure terror. I think it's pure terror. And of course, it's obviously communism. Everybody knows that. That's been obvious from the start. Ever since M&M's did some kind of election for like best candy or whatever, they came up with this insane poster. The Redolution is now, real cute. Real cute. Haha, Mao Zedong. Real cute. 40 million dead of starvation and murder. Real cute, guys. Haha. Good joke. Good meme. So, folks, we're losing our culture. We're losing our culture. It's not an official M&M's ad. Well, I'll tell you, I didn't look that up. But I am going to believe that it is an official M&M's poster because it confirms my priors. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so confirms my priors. So check into it if you want. I don't care one way or another. My theory is already clear. So, and now they took away the green M&M's, go-go boots. What's left, folks? What is left of this culture? What are they going to leave us with? They're going to take everything from us. Soon they'll come for our anime. They'll wokeify that. All right. I can't... I kind of actually, unironically, sort of love the M&M's wokeified campaign. Because, in reality, does any of this mean anything? I don't really think so. I think, though, it's sort of a masterful attempt to dominate the discourse for a day, and then, in the process, get people thinking about M&M's. Because rest assured, it doesn't really matter whether you hate what they did or not, because either way, you're thinking about the M&Ms. Like, when I saw this, I'm like, yeah, I don't really like this. It's kind of dumb. I mean, I don't want my candy to be political, but this is the first bag of M&Ms I bought in years, probably. Like, this is the first time I've even had the thought to buy M&Ms. Not like, for myself, maybe not years, but like at least a year. I really never think about M&Ms. But today, wake up, you see this insanity, and you start thinking about it in the back of your head, in the back of your mind. You're like, man, I could go for some M&Ms. Man, I could go for some M&Ms. People spread this nonsense, and the more you're thinking about it, the more intense your reaction is, whether it's good or bad, the more you're thinking about the M&Ms. And before you know it, you go out and you buy a bag. Even if you think the ad's stupid. So in a sense, I do sort of enjoy the way that this brand of capitalism takes these nebulous ideas of social empowerment that are often weaponized by communist types anyway, and sort of deprives them of any real meaning, and just converts them into a way to sell candy. So I kind of like it, I mean, even if this communist M&M ad were real, for example, I don't think it is. It kind of reminds me of the Che Guevara t-shirt, like, okay, you've sort of reduced it to a consumer product. I think consumer products are great, but most people regard them as sort of trivial treats, And in that sense, if you can convert, these very powerful symbols of one or another ideology into just these kind of thoughtless consumer products, I don't know, I kind of enjoy that actually, I think it's a really effective strategy to get people talking about this stuff, thinking about this stuff, and then in the process, what's left after the commodification and the let's say the reification of these kinds of ideas, the reification of these kinds of ideas, and then their conversion into consumer products. What's left is basically, I suppose, the good ones survive this process, and the bad ones are consumed like so many M&Ms. So, do you apply that same line of thinking to political memes? Yeah, I suppose so. I think so. Like, I have a bottle of Hammer and Sickle vodka. I've never had a sip of it, but I bought it anyway because the bottle was cool. And let me turn some music on. And I was just thinking, like, here again, you've taken this symbol of one of the most malicious ideologies of the 20th century, and you've just reduced it to a slightly edgy brand of alcohol. You've really deprived it of a lot of its power, its force. If you can take something like communism or socialism and just kind of take it from being sort of the eternal shadow of Western capitalism and just convert it into another consumer product, another identity that you wear, like being a Star Wars fan, something that's really equally tangible in terms of your ability to change the world with it. I don't know. I kind of am in an awe sometimes of the way that our popular culture will take these ideas, take these political worldviews, consume them like the Borg, and then spit out a drone, a dronified version that is just, deprived of any of the meaning that made it scary and kind of scary in the first place. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if this idea is coming across clearly, but I don't know. I sort of like the way that capitalism kills and then like a zombie revives its opponents, Anyway, just a thought. Of course, that might be wishful thinking, but I don't think it is. You want fascist beanie babies? I don't know about that. I don't know if it works the same with the right-wing stuff, but it seems to work that way with the left-wing stuff. Maybe it works the same with the right-wing stuff, but I will say, though, maybe it does, though, in other ways. Like the way, for example, that the only place, let's think about this a little bit. The only place I see a lot of like, real pro like fascist memes, not like dog whistling, not like people who are just really right wing and no, like real like Nazi sympathies. I'm trying to think of the places where I see these, and I don't know. I tend to think you see them in related to like anime fandoms, paradox games, all of these different Hearts of Iron 4 forums. All of these sorts of ideologies have maybe in large part just been consumed and kind of converted into more nonsensical consumer branding. One of the people who attacked me as an oil lawyer one time made an interesting point that I don't really like, but which I thought was kind of funny nonetheless. This person, so I work in the energy industry. And I don't actually work in oil, but somebody called me an oil lawyer one time, and I just kind of went with it because it's fun, although I have done some work on behalf of oil companies before, so I suppose I qualify. But not really much, like one or two times. But anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, somebody said, yeah, he's worse than, Bastiat is worse than Nazis. He's worse than Nazis. Oil lawyers are, yeah, it is, says you. Bastiat is worse than Nazis. Oil lawyers are worse than Nazis. And I thought, that's so ridiculous, right? I mean, that's so absurd. I don't usually reply to this kind of stuff, but somebody else, replied for me, and I said, well, do you really think that he's worse than a Nazi? And I said, yes, modern day Nazis really aren't doing nearly as much damage as somebody like him who's just destroying the climate. I thought this was kind of a wild point, but I guess depending on how you define fascists, we should unironically destroy Iraq. No, we should not. And you should be timed out for 10 minutes. We don't talk like that. Even when we do jokes, I do the jokes. I don't want anybody joking about like destroying countries or destroying groups of people or anything like that. We don't do that. You gotta squish that stuff where it spreads. But anyway, but yeah, I was just thinking the way that, I don't know, man, a lot of it does really seem like it's in some ways been reduced to a sort of, just consumer product. People who, they're called wearaboos, I think. People who play as the Germans in video games. People who really like those various animes, like what is that Panzer one? With the little anime girls and the German Panzer tanks, and all that kind of stuff. They too, I suppose, have been Girl und Panzer. Yeah, they've sort of been, a lot of them, and a lot of their stuff has just been kind of consumed and regurgitated into this weird, strangely effeminate, consumer product. So, yeah, I suppose really it probably can come for any ideology. I mean, we know it can certainly come for, theocratic, theological stuff. When you watch some of the megachurch pastors and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. It's interesting, though, to just think about how these ideologies that really people used to really base their lives around have been sort of reduced to fandoms that are watched by the FBI. A platoon of wereboos has about 3 brain cells and 200 extra chromosomes. I can believe that. Anyway, Ted Dub says, what's your pronouns? I guess he, him. Okay, so let's see. We covered the M&Ms. We covered immigration. We'll do some questions, and maybe we'll talk a little bit about Ukraine. Rare TV says, any LSAT tips? Well, I would only say this, that you should take practice tests under timed conditions, as many of them as you can without burning out. Because that seems to be by far the best way to learn and to do as well as you can on the test. And you want to do that because it seems to be the single biggest factor, particularly if you've done okay in school. It's an easy way to stand out. So practice tests under timed conditions, as many as you can. Don't cheat because, one, I don't know how you would, but even if you could, you will, if you're caught, that's the end of your legal career. So, but you don't want to cheat. That's some real beta boy energy. All right. Unless you're the CIA, and it's for a good cause. Okay. Let's see. You really got to learn the methodology for the logic games too. True. That was the hardest part for me. That was tough. I was not great with the logic games. That was the one I had the most trouble with. The other sections I was flawless on, but the logic games, it was just, some of the games were easy for me, some of them were tough. So, okay, let's see if I can put on some chill music here. Okay. Let's see. Sherman Did Nothing Wrong asks, what do you think of the Biden administration and NATO react to a likely war in Ukraine? I guess you don't really know until it actually happens, but so far, the American response just seems super scattershot. inconsistent, especially compared to, say, the way the British have been just like shuttling in equipment as fast as they can over the last few days. The Canadians and the British have special forces on the ground in Ukraine. I don't know what they're going to do when the Russians arrive, if they do, but it is disappointing to me that in a situation where we're thinking about, I guess, the possibility of the first real major ground war in Europe since, World War II? I mean, I guess you have the wars in Yugoslavia, but I think we all kind of imagine that this will be on an entirely different scale. For the United States not really to be showing much in the way of leadership. Although that's not entirely the fault of the Biden administration, maybe not even mostly the fault of the Biden administration. Joe Biden has been, in fact, I think almost since he won the election, not even waiting until he took office, trying to repair relations with our European allies, particularly Germany and I think France as well, but I think particularly Germany. And he has received somewhat of a cold shoulder. Their new foreign minister from the Green Party is, sometimes strong on Russia, but sometimes not. And the rest of them, the rest of the German government just seems entirely disinterested in anything other than getting that pipeline. Which is quite strange because the German government has not really shied away from weapons exports to other countries around the world, but apparently they're very hesitant to do so in their own backyard. In Ukraine, a country that, more than any other, actually, the share of the population suffered from the last German invasion. I believe 16% of Ukraine's population died, even more than Belarus, even more than Russia. So it is a downer that that we don't have weapons sold to Ukraine straight to the black market. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I guess we'll only see once it's put to the test, but I don't know that that's true. Russia's iron grip on Germany's balls is embarrassing for Germany. It just seems so unnecessary. And they had these nuclear power plants that they closed. Why? Over fears of nuclear waste? Over fears about Fukushima? These nuclear plants were closed. They had to ramp up coal energy and import more natural gas. Why? Like, I love natural gas, man, but I don't know, man. What if your choice is to get it from geopolitical rival or to just keep the nuclear plants that you've got and import the existing amount? Why would you close them down? So that really didn't make sense to me. And it's hard to say, something wild like, oh, it was a Russian plot. Because I remember reading about these plant closures, and I was reading this interview that Vladimir Putin was doing, and somebody in some German media asked Putin, hey, have you heard about those nuclear closures in Germany? What do you think about those? And he said something to the effect of, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why they're doing it. They're going to need energy, right? I don't understand why they're doing this, That said, we'll be happy to deliver more natural gas to make up for it. Sari says, when we sold some mortar tracking radars to them, literally the first thing they did to one of them was try to sell it. One broke and the other abandoned in Debaltsevo. Womp, womp, womp. Ukraine does have a lot of corruption. But I will say, it has been a real drag. Because, Ukraine certainly isn't the first ally we've had with baggage, and corrupt though they may be, nobody deserves to be faced with the full force of a Russian invasion. So it has been sad to see. And President Biden's press conference yesterday was just not confidence-inspiring. And he wavered on the issue. At one point, he seemed to be saying that he thought, that he was sure that Russia was going to invade. Somebody asked him what the consequences would be. He at first said something about a minor incursion versus an invasion. They then tried to clarify that pretty quickly to say, well, by minor incursion we meant cyber attack, but it just, it just wasn't great, man. It really didn't inspire a lot of confidence. And all things considered, the clarifications weren't particularly strong either, particularly until they got one in writing. And at that point, this message had been going around for at least an hour or two. and certainly in Ukraine, where I'm sure they were listening very closely. So it's been disappointing. It has been disappointing. Bomber Harris was born 2 generations too early. I don't really want to. It's easy to get, jingoistic and all that, but I don't really want anybody to, get embroiled in a modern war. I mean, even in the state that Ukraine is in, even the state that Russia is in, it's, this isn't going to be like, if it happens, it won't be like, the relatively small, I shouldn't say this like I'm some kind of expert, but it just seems like between the equipment that both sides have, the terrain that both sides are dealing with, modern war just seems really terrifying, like you put it, semicolon. So there's that, and always say everything like you're an expert. True! I know about all of the stuff that I talk about beyond a doubt, right? You know why? You can trust me? Suit, baby. Anyway. So that's pretty scary to think about. I find the idea of basically the end of the international norm, enforced in no small part by the United States, that you can't change borders by force, that norm kind of disappearing is pretty spooky to imagine. I will say that if I were Ukraine and somebody told me, say, in 1994 that I should give up all the nuclear weapons that I inherited from the Soviet Union in exchange for a guarantee of my territorial integrity by Russia, Britain, and America, that I'd be pretty frustrated right now. And I read more about those nuclear weapons, and apparently the Ukrainians really wouldn't have been able to do too much with them. But, they certainly don't have the chance to try now. So, Sari says, Russia will wipe out the front lines trenches and hit staging areas with theater ballistic missiles and let the DPR push for those positions after they scatter. Why would they put all those troops on the border then if that's all they're going to do? I mean, why would they do it themselves? Because those DPR forces are, not. I really haven't seemed to accomplish all that much. It was a very low boil war they've had with Ukraine since 2014. Red Boy Goose says, Bastiat, as a fossil fuel attorney, do you agree that Steven Donziger deserved to go to prison? I read about that story with Steven Donziger, and I just don't know enough about it to really know one way or another. Let me pull it up and see if I can refresh my memory here on this. Steven Donziger is an American attorney. This is just reading from the Wikipedia article here. Is an American attorney known for his legal battles with Chevron, particularly the Lago Agrio oil field case, where he represented over 30,000 farmers and indigenous Ecuadorians in a case against Chevron related to environmental damage and health effects caused by oil drilling. The Ecuadorian courts awarded the plaintiffs $9.5 billion in damages, which led Chevron to withdraw its assets from Ecuador and launch legal action against Donziger in the U.S. Chevron filed a RICO anti-corruption suit against Donziger in New York City. The case was heard by Judge Louis Kaplan, who determined that the ruling in the Ecuadorian courts could not be enforced in the U.S. because it was procured by fraud, bribery, and racketeering. As a result of the case, Donziger was disbarred from practicing law in New York in 2018. He's put under house arrest in August 2019 while awaiting charges of criminal contempt of court, which arose during his appeal against Kaplan's RICO decision. He refused to turn over electronic devices he owned to Chevron's forensic experts. In July 2021, Judge Loretta Prescott found him guilty. He was sentenced to 6 months in jail in October 2021 while under house arrest. In 2020, 29 Nobel laureates described the actions taken by Chevron against Donziger as judicial harassment. Human rights campaigners called Chevron's actions an example of a strategic lawsuit against public participation. April 2021, 6 members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus demanded that the Department of Justice review Donziger's case. In September 2021, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights ruled that the pre-trial detention imposed on Donziger was illegal and called for his release. Excuse me. So it don't sound good. That being said, I suppose it isn't hard to imagine. The idea of engaging in. Now, let me see how they put it. Let's see here. Anti-Chevron rainforest and native peoples activists and Donziger himself have accused a federal judge in New York of allowing his personal investments to taint a March ruling that portrayed a multi-billion-dollar pollution suit against the oil company as a massive shakedown. It's, so yeah, I don't know enough about it, but the Donziger case does seem kind of spooky. A period of house arrest that long over, a refusal to turn over devices to Chevron experts. I think there was some kind of accusation of connection between the judges and Chevron. The fact that he was disbarred, I'd really want to look into that. Let's see. The referee recommended Donziger's reinstatement in February 2020, saying, "The extent of Donziger's pursuit by Chevron is so extravagant, and at this point so unnecessary and punitive, that while not a factor in my recommendation, there's nonetheless background to it." A state appeals court ruled in August 2020 that the referee had been too dismissive of the misconduct that Kaplan had alleged and disbarred Donziger in New York. So, it's hard really to say, because on the one hand, disbarment is not so uncommon, but it is quite strange that all of this arises out of a situation overseas involving, oil companies overseas, which do, I wouldn't accuse anybody specifically, but which have had a record. I don't know about Chevron specifically, but certain oil companies overseas of similar size have had records of bribery, corruption, involvement in local civil unrest, just really sordid stuff. So it's not at all hard to imagine that that Chevron did what Donziger has accused him of doing, what the Ecuadorian court found him guilty of doing. On the other hand, it is also not so hard to imagine that a single lawyer gets a big judgment against an unsavory client, wants to enforce it, cuts corners, and then doesn't want to turn over the evidence that would show all of this. And, that's not beyond the realm of imagination either. So I guess I can only say that I don't know enough about it to really say much beyond it seems fishy to me. The International Arbitral Tribunal in The Hague, which included an arbitrator appointed by Ecuador, also unanimously found the Ecuadorian judgment was a product of fraud and corruption, and that Donziger had actively participated in obtaining it. The panel, let's see, what else did the panel say? The panel concluded, short of a signed confession by the miscreants, the evidence must be the most thorough documentary video and testimonial proof of fraud ever put before an arbitral tribunal. Yeah, man, that's wild. It's just kind of hard with this stuff overseas because I guess normally the evidence seems kind of, it's incomplete compared to accusations of fraud in the United States, but I guess it sounds like it was a pretty thorough record then. To put a pin in it, I would say this. What people have alleged has been done to Donziger is believable, but I think it is also believable that, he's not really a victim. He is a fraudster, and he just so happens to have picked a very unsavory target. That's possible too, and I haven't dug into it enough to be able to say much more. So that's that. Seems like a major difference between you and this administration on the issue of arming Ukraine is that the admin knows what Russia will do in response. Maybe. I hope they're right. I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right that Ukraine is about to get invaded and that America has left it in a weaker position than it should. Bastiat, how many Has as tall are you? Well, if I recall, Has is apparently about as tall as Destiny, and I believe I'm about as tall as Destiny. So, in LSAT logical reasoning spirit, I guess I'm about as tall as Has. Although he's a lot beefier than I imagine either of us are. He's shorter than Destiny. Wow. I'm 5'8". So I don't know what he is, but I thought Destiny was 5'8" too. He's shorter than Destiny by far. Wow. Not 5'8" anymore though, because I got boots. So tall boy now. Alright. So anyway, I think I have a little more to say about all this, but sort of running on fumes now. But I hope nothing really happens. I hope it's just some kind of power play and that it doesn't result in a war. Pretty tragic if it does, because I don't really know who will benefit. I mean, Ukraine, I suppose, is a prize for domestic political consumption, but I don't know that it would really be all that much of an economic shot in the arm for Russia or a demographic shot in the arm for Russia. I think Ukraine's population has declined year on year, perhaps even more than Russia's has. So I don't know if it result in an insurgency or not. I know people say that. I suppose I like to imagine that anybody who gets attacked by an authoritarian regime isn't going to go down, throw their weapons and run. So, we'll see. Okay. Get your bets in for the Haz versus Dylan Burns MMA fight. Is that really going to happen? People talking about that seriously? Is that really going to happen? Is that a real possibility? Is that possible? Could that really happen? Oof. Oof. Alright. Hassan versus Sam. Who's Sam? I don't know who that is. Possibility, but I don't know if Dylan's agreed yet. I would never agree to get into a physical altercation with someone, let alone someone from Twitch. That seems crazy. How would you do that? Hey, it's good to talk about it. It might be good to extract some concessions from Ukraine by putting 100,000 troops on the border and making some credible threats, but it doesn't seem like a wise idea to actually pull the trigger there. Sari was telling me earlier that Russia, under Yeltsin, flirted with the idea of joining NATO. And I remember hearing that there was some discussion in the early Putin years, I think from Silvio Berlusconi, saying, we sure hope that someday, he was kind of the most Russophilic, most pro-Russia of the European leaders at the time, I think, unless Gerhard Schroeder was still around, and of Germany. And I think he said something effective, yes, we hope someday that Russia takes its place in the European Union and, of course, in NATO. I think the response from their Foreign Secretary Lavrov was, great powers don't join coalitions, they lead them. So, not much you can do there to come together. Would you get in a boxing ring as Vladimir Putin, Rocky IV style, to save Ukraine? Well, would I let Vladimir Putin kick me around a boxing ring to save Ukraine? Yeah, I would. I wouldn't let him kill me, though. So if the thing is, there's a risk of death, no. But I would be open to getting beaten up in a boxing ring to help shore up a possible future NATO member. It's my sacrifice for the cause, folks. That and the enormous amount of taxes I pay every year to pay for our massive defense budget, all right? Just what are we doing with it, folks? Where's it going? All right. Serif says, you got a full head of hair on him. True. How tall is Vladimir Putin? I think he's actually pretty short. Not that really matters when you're a judo master. Hey, he's like 5'7". He's Haz's height, I think, right? Was that it? You said he's an inch less than Destiny? So there you go. Right on. He's 5'3" and has double Ds. Who has double Ds? I now only eat Skittles. I hate diverse candy. True. Where's the defense budget going? Your print's got to get paid. I don't think that's where it's going anymore. There was some of that at some point, but I don't think it's. I don't think there's much of that anymore. So would you say you're disappointed in Biden's foreign policy so far? I guess, yeah. I mean, withdrawal from Afghanistan. Who has benefited from that, right? We turned the low boil forever war into what will probably be a famine that will consume more lives. If any of these, kind of really alarmist projections are, I shouldn't say alarmist because that suggests they're not accurate. If any of these really damning projections are right, The collapse of the Afghan economy that has resulted in the takeover by the Taliban and the understandable refusal of foreign aid groups to really kind of continue showering money on that regime, that's going to result in a famine that will kill. I saw, I think one article in The Guardian suggested 3 million. I think another article in Reuters suggests only 2% of Afghans have genuine food security. That's not to say that the other 98% are going to starve, but, there's also a lot of gradations between food security and starvation, right? The long-term health effects of malnutrition. Was ending the Afghan war better than that? Of course, you might well say, well, look, that wasn't the only alternative. We could have, unfrozen the billions in assets that I think the U.S. government froze. We could have avoided sanctions on the Taliban. And I think there's something to be said about the idea that sanctions are, I would say sanctions should be scrapped unless we think there's a real tangible political objective. If the political objective is, we want the Taliban to go away, and that's why we put these sanctions in place, that's obviously not going to achieve anything. If we could get some kind of, if we could tie them to some kind of credible, or tangible objective, maybe we get that. But, that's not going to happen. And we're not going to, Joe Biden is not going to unfreeze and give $9-10 billion to the Taliban. There's not going to be some big, global effort to alleviate the suffering in Afghanistan right now. Collusion says, is it possible we didn't come through on our goal of delivering democracy and freedom in Afghanistan? Yeah, it's true, obviously. But, this is what we've got instead. Is it better? In some ways. Probably not really better for anybody other than, I suppose, the United States. In the sense that we're not spending $1 billion a day there. As Joe Biden said we were spending. I don't know if that's accurate, but it seems plausible at least. So, is it better though? I mean, better for some people. It's better for Afghanistan. I don't know. Maybe the end of the Civil War will mean that, the Taliban will establish some kind of order, however tenuous, some kind of safety for Afghan people, some kind of hope for development. Maybe. Or maybe they will just prey upon them like they did the first time, like they seem to be doing now, and just kind of do that forever until, some other war breaks out. Will that be an improvement over the status quo of the American occupation and the government we were propping up with foreign aid money and 3,000 to 4,000 troops? Will that be an improvement? Maybe. I hope so. But I'm pretty skeptical. Has America really got anything out of it? In the sense that we're spending less money. Yeah, in the sense that our soldiers are no longer in harm's way. No, in the sense that we've lost bases in Central Asia. No, in the sense that we've lost all the credibility. No, in the sense that we are continually, even now doubling down on the tragedy at hand. Not only by... I don't have full context on the, frozen $9 billion, to really say definitively about that. But in any event, we're not going to... Joe Biden offered, I think, let's see, how much was he? Let me look this up. 500 million Afghanistan. Let's see. Yeah, he authorized $100 million in emergency funds to meet, that was, promised $300 million in humanitarian aid to Afghanistan. All right. And he's already been thoroughly raked over the coals for that. You tell the average American about the fact that Joe Biden gave the Taliban $300 million. I am very skeptical as to how well that will play. It doesn't seem like it's going to alleviate particularly much of the suffering in the wake of the collapse of the government. It just really seems like a real disaster, Now, he who walks below says, doesn't your critique rest on us not withdrawing any time in the next, say, 25 years? Yeah, I guess so. But, at that point, I suppose you have to compare the crisis that is unfolding now with, I suppose, what would have been the status quo. Right? Is it possible to imagine that perhaps, some kind of Afghan government would have eventually gelled? Maybe. Maybe not. But the way that the Afghan government we had in place just kind of rolled up, within a matter of a few days, it's just been tragic. So that's not to say that, I want the forever war. It is to say that, when you're thinking about Afghanistan and you're thinking about what we've left behind now, the possibility of millions of deaths from famine and the very real likelihood that there will be no alleviation of that suffering, it is worth thinking about it as a real disaster and perhaps just not the right decision. So. But anyway, folks, we've got a wonderful raid from Dylan Burns here. 540 people. Holy macaroni, ladies and gentlemen. I remember when our little friend Dylan Burns, who I shouldn't be saying little. I mean, this guy's he's a big guy. He's gonna box Infrared's ears around, I hear. I remember when he was a guy who was just calling into Destiny's show, talking about foreign policy. And now, he's a big top-tier streamer, runs the best panel on Twitch, the Hippy Dippy Podcast. I mean, he's an incredible streamer, incredible content creator. Thank you so much for the raid, Dylan. I appreciate that, buddy. And thanks for everybody here. If you are new to the channel, hey, be sure to follow us here on Twitch. Be sure to, of course, follow me on the twitter.com. And if you haven't already, hey, consider joining our wonderful Discord community. I think you'll enjoy it. Check it out. Right there. If you do actually get into a boxing ring with Infrared, which I cannot say strongly enough, seems like a terrible idea. Not because I don't think you would be a match for him, but because it just seems like a terrible idea to throw hands with people on the internet. Good luck to you if you do it, though. Collusion says, Bastiat went from depressed self-promotion record time. Yeah, I saw Kite's comment, too. Well, first of all, we had all these people who had no context for what I was talking about, so I want to say hello to them, too. We were talking about Afghanistan, and I was saying, somebody said, you like Joe Biden's foreign policy? And I said, well, no, it's been pretty disappointing. And I was basically making the point that, the end of the war seems to have resulted in the collapse of the Afghan economy and what is right now, assuredly, the suffering of millions of people. And my point is basically that the world is just not coming to the rescue, and that's really tragic. So yeah, it does seem like a foreign policy disaster. In fact, if things really do boil over between Russia and Ukraine, we're not going to hear about Afghanistan for months. We're not going to hear about it for a long time to come. It'll be, I suppose, it kind of reminds me of the situations are not at all like, except in the sense of the way that news coverage affected them. So the Soviets invaded Hungary in 1956, I believe. Let me check this. Soviet invasion of Hungary. In 1956, after Hungary tried to overthrow its communist government, one of the communist leaders kind of decided, you know what, I'm really oversimplifying here, but his name was Imre Nagy, and, he came around to the idea of, hey, maybe we could do without the Soviets, establish something approaching a more genuine democracy, more free society, right? Oversimplification, but anyway. So, at first, all eyes, in the world press were on Hungary because, this is a really potentially deadly situation unfolding in Central Europe. And the Soviets were showing some restraint because they knew the world's eyes are on them, right? They don't want to be perceived as bloodthirsty, whatever, as aggressive imperialist power. And then, after this was going on for a little while, what happened? But a mere, not even a week after the beginning of the Hungarian Revolution in '56, the British, the French, and the Israelis attacked Egypt and seized the Suez Canal, which the Egyptian leader had just nationalized and taken from the British and French. So immediately the eyes of the world are off of Hungary and on this war in the Middle East. And in Hungary, the response among some was just like, how could you do this? You've damned us. Because sure enough, where's America's attention now? Where's the attention of the world press now? But trying to stop this ongoing war in the Middle East that they're worried could boil over into World War III. Hungary, by contrast, there was never any real risk of that in Hungary by comparison. And while the suppression is going on in Hungary, the United States is distracted and focused on trying to convince cajole, coerce Britain, France, and Israel into leaving. And one particularly notorious incident that may have been the real end of the British Empire and the true beginning of the American ascendancy over its former colonial master, the United States threatened to sell all of its holdings of British pounds if the British did not immediately withdraw from Egypt and set about ending the war. And the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, which is like their, their version of a Treasury Secretary, something along those lines. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Prime Minister Anthony Eden says, well, what'll happen if they do this? Are they serious? Are they really prepared to sell off all their holdings of British pounds? And the Chancellor of the Exchequer says, well, if they do this, within 6 weeks, we will not be able to afford to import food or energy into the British Isles. So in effect, Eisenhower, in an attempt to stop our number one allies, Britain, France, and Israel, from, at least at the time, number one allies, Britain, France, and Israel, from invading Egypt. Not even a friend, not even an ally, just a country of interest. In response to, threatened Soviet intervention. Eisenhower, at least perhaps in Anthony Eden's mind, threatened the British with hunger. And cold, I suppose, in winter. No energy, no food. I mean, that is a pretty, monumental event. And while all of this is going on, the Soviet tanks are rolling into Hungary because the world is not paying attention, and that's, that I think is sort of, kind of how it feels here with Afghanistan and Ukraine, is just that so many people are really trying to get that message out about Afghanistan. I was trying that a few weeks ago with these Afghan refugees who have fought with the United States military and who the Biden administration is still refusing to let in, without even providing even a flimsy pretext for not letting them in. Just these rote denials of these, the most, I don't like to say anybody really deserves anything, but if you believe in the concept of deserving, these are the most deserving people in terms of putting it all on the line to try and join us in the cause of trying to build something, some kind of democracy there. And we just told them to fuck off. So just kind of knowing how these people have been just kind of cast to the lions. I mean, what hope is there for ordinary civilians in Afghanistan? It's, it doesn't matter if it was a good effort, trademark. The fact is these people made the effort. And the Afghan soldiers took losses that are just, monumental losses. I mean, tens of thousands of Afghan soldiers died fighting the Taliban over the course of America's involvement in Afghanistan. This idea that they didn't put it all on the line, they didn't fight, is just not true. But anyway, it's tragic. So I don't mean to make light about all this stuff earlier. It's just to really drive home that You know, I remember when the withdrawal happened, there were a lot of people saying, yes, it's a brave decision, very courageous. You know, we've ended this war that was going nowhere. And yeah, we did. And now we've got this, you know. And there had to have been some understanding that this would be the result. There had to be some knowledge that the foreign aid would dry up, that the United States would no longer, you know, be pumping this kind of money into Afghanistan, that the entire economy had been propped up by foreign aid, that the Afghan population had doubled during the American occupation, and now, you know, the scale of humanitarian catastrophe that may very well be caused by the withdrawal. I mean, let me see if I can find an article here to just kind of put some context to it. Let's see here, just to put some context to it, because again, after this stream, you're not going to hear about it anymore, and you probably never will again until it'll be a footnote in. I'm not saying this flippantly. Let's see. Yes. 9 million, according to Reuters, as of a week ago, at risk of famine as winter takes hold. I mean, you know, it's really tragic. So, anyway. So, I wish the Biden administration would do more for the people of Afghanistan, because I know that, you know, the Taliban have taken over, but, you know, it is just, it is pretty miserable that this is the situation we're in now. Because, of course, the the people who say, well, you know, we can't just give this money to the Taliban, are absolutely right. The Taliban will skim off a huge amount. Whatever we give, do it for their own purposes. And it's just a tragic situation all around. He who walks below says, can you really rest this at the feet of Biden if Trump is the one who agreed to this in Doha? Yeah, he can. Even if Trump made a bad deal. Biden was the president who executed the deal. He could have walked away. He could have doubled down on it. You know what really gets me the most, though, is that I have heard more about the disastrous kind of final parting drone strike. It killed, I think, 7 children on the way out of Afghanistan during the evacuation. Then I've heard about this famine, and it's kind of wild to me. You know, you just sort of. Well, anyway, I've kind of said my piece. You kind of get the argument here. So I don't know, man. I don't know who you'd give money to if you wanted to do something about it. Relief organizations for Afghanistan. I mean, I guess there looks like there are groups you can donate to. But, yeah, I don't know. So, you're so inclined. I just don't even know who's still on the ground, because all of this information is, you know, I don't know if it's still true. Anyway. And then some of these articles. Starving Afghans use crypto to sidestep U.S. sanctions. A relief effort would be preferable to continued occupation. I don't know that such a relief effort is possible. Without military force? I mean, like this is the article I was just referencing here. What is this? Crypto. It's like, it reminds me of that story during the Franco-Prussian War, while the Germans had Paris surrounded, and there are people in Paris talking about escaping by balloon. You know, it's just, yeah. So it just seems like a bad situation all around. But I do wish the U.S. government would do something about it. You know, if only just try and rally some just like in-kind food, food relief. I hope somebody does in the absence of the United States. I don't know who else would, though. Maybe China. I wouldn't count on it. Saw title. I'm sorry. Who has our M&Ms? Oh, yeah. Sorry you joined for the depressing Afghan discussion. We were talking about how our M&Ms have been stolen by the woke media, who has taken them from us. All right, that's what we're talking about. Biden goes back on that deal. We have more Americans dead than Afghans right now. I don't know about that. We would have more Americans dead, but if the United States is ultimately the entity responsible for the situation Afghanistan is in right now, what is this? What is this? I don't want music with words. If the United States is responsible for the situation Afghanistan is in right now, then is it really right for the United States to just pack it up and say, well, we're gone. We've stopped the bleeding on our end. But at the same time, Joe Biden does make a persuasive argument that nothing was going to change. There was no alternative argument really proposed by anyone. I don't think it's really true, but I do acknowledge that, that has to, the occupation of Afghanistan has to be the most mismanaged, to put it slightly, the most thoroughly mismanaged and corrupt government program in ever, at least American history, possible. So, anyway, yeah, I just don't have anything good to say about that. I just wish that, I suppose the discussion was a little more nuanced than just like, we ended the forever war, guys, or, boy, Joe Biden screwed everything up. No one brave enough to wind back the war on now after 20 years. Laptops dropped from the air. Yeah. America should apologize to the Taliban, take the soft power high road. Then we airstrike. No. I think Biden's doing a great job. Well, I guess it remains to be seen what happens with the rest of his agenda. He did get $3 trillion in new spending down. Some would argue that $3 trillion has had some part to play in the inflation we're experiencing now, but others would argue that that's not the case. I would presume to be enough of an expert to say, but I imagine if that narrative takes off, then he will not get a lot of credit for that $3 trillion in new spending. It was actually surprising and in its own way somewhat disappointing. I hate to be bleak here, but it was kind of disappointing that after the child tax credit, as far as I could see, Joe Biden got no polling boost from the child tax credit. I don't think anybody in government got any kind of polling boost out of it. Which is kind of wild when you think about it. I mean, what's that old saying that, the republic will last until the people learn how to vote themselves largesse, and then it's all done. Then it's over. Apparently not. Apparently the people are actually... not always up for the largesse. I suppose the recipients of the checks were, but the population writ large does not seem to be. There was a polling boost, but it didn't last. There you go. Yeah, it's just wild. You'd think that people would remember stuff like that, right? At least if they're like on the fence, they'd be like, yeah, well, child tax credit was nice, but apparently not. And then now, this price inflation, why I say that? If this inflation that is affecting consumer prices for basic staple goods continues, a lot of people will probably feel, not unreasonably, that they're actually worse off than they were, which is not where you want to be. And then, I don't know how much Americans will care about Ukraine compared to Afghanistan, but I will say that if a war happens in Afghanistan, we will all see it unfold about as close to live as possible, given that Ukraine is, peopled by plenty of people with plenty of smartphones. I mean, look how much more we saw about Afghanistan, saw in terms of footage from Afghanistan this time around. And imagine a country like Ukraine that's a little more, thoroughly infiltrated by modern internet and connectivity devices and all that. And I mean, we're going to see it unfold live. It will dominate at least one news cycle. And, I think that the Afghan withdrawal was the beginning of real trouble for President Biden's poll numbers. And it seems like, even if people maybe don't care too much about Afghanistan, they at least seem to be remembering the feeling of just like, oh, this is chaos. I don't like chaos. Like our guest, Alex Narasta was saying, you know, people don't like this chaos at the border, and so they will vote for these politicians who are against immigration, even though they themselves are maybe even generally supportive of it. So, I don't know. We'll see. Wish I had something better to give you. Let's see. Okay. Redditors. Most balanced Redditor. Okay. Let's pull something else up here to listen to. Okay. Most balanced Redditor. Let me let's pull this up here. Excited for the Russia-Ukraine war. R/war, U/South Park. Grainman says, I think it's a little weird how quick conservatives to give Ukraine to the Russians so they can claim to be anti-war. Not all of them, but certainly Tucker Carlson. Mega weird, right? I mean, like saying, well, how would you feel if China took over Mexico? I don't know, man. It ain't the same, right? Like, one is a totalitarian dictatorship, and the other is a democracy, however flawed it may be, that generally has respect for individual rights, legal processes that people can use to seek redress of grievances. And, we haven't been taking over countries in Europe. We've been inviting them to join a military alliance that they've been asking to join. So, to hear Tucker Carlson, who I suppose is the arch-conservative media figure, make that kind of equivocation. I mean, that's the kind of thing you expect from, lefties on Twitter, How would you feel? It doesn't matter, man. They're communists. They're authoritarians. We don't equivocate between ourselves and that. But I guess, a lot of folks on the right have been doing that ever since Trump did that. I remember people were asking him, hey, are you really comfortable with Vladimir Putin? I mean, he's had people killed. And Trump just says, well, so what? We've done that too. We don't have clean hands either. I forget exactly how he put it. It's like, yeah, that's true, but dog, you're the president of the United States. Is it really your role to equivocate with, an authoritarian assassin who has, annexed territory by force? Is it really your role as president of the United States to make that kind of equivocation, to just kind of excuse it? Pretty weak, So anyway, yeah, it has been really sad seeing conservatives take that on. You expect that from people on the left, and you know what? Sometimes they're even right, but from conservatives, and particularly from the president of the United States, the biggest conservative media figure, Tucker Carlson, it is sad stuff. Excited for the Russia-Ukraine war. So this goes back to about 2008 during the South Ossetia War. Back then, I used to follow the event very closely on Wikipedia. Very closely on Wikipedia, huh? You're right. This is not really the right music. Hold on a minute. Not really the right music. I know what music we need. Okay. Put this on. Okay. Let's put some of that Eastern music, Russian music. All right. Active daily updates of events, advancements, ongoing battles, videos of raw footage. I'd go to work, check out the war, see how it goes at night, just religiously following the fighting. It was so exciting. Followed the events of the end of the Sri Lanka war as well. The same happened during the Libyan ousting of Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. It's probably my favorite war to follow live. It was raw entertainment as you saw both sides progress and evolve in the Western powers and how they only made the country worse by their involvement. It's been a while since the last full-scale outbreak, and I'm excited about this impending war because it's finally in Europe. Not the Middle East, not Africa, not Asia, but Europe. It's going to be wild. Anyone else do this? Well, I'll say this. When I was in high school, I really enjoyed following the Iraq War. Although I'd say that only for a few weeks, But we used to watch, the footage of it, live on CNN, on during class. And, of course, at the time, you're like, yeah, it's awesome. All these tanks, and all that. But, one, that was over pretty quick. And then what followed after the immediate war was, something very different. And, I don't really... I don't know, man. That's a little weird. I guess I will say this. I think it is worth acknowledging that there is a difference between the fact that these previous conflicts were in other parts of the world, and this one is now in Europe, where there will be just more visibility, more reporters on the ground, denser. Should I say denser populations? I don't know if that's accurate in Ukraine or not, but certainly more people with more ability to share information about what's happening and to record information, video and audio, and to share that immediately. Grain Man says, "Does Ukraine even want us there?" I think so. I mean, I imagine they certainly want our support. Maybe they don't want troops. I don't think I've heard them openly ask for them, but I imagine they wouldn't do that. But they might like that better than no troops. I just don't know. They certainly want our support. What if they just take over the Russian-speaking part? Yeah, I don't know. What if the Germans only take over the German-speaking parts? Russia's not Nazi Germany or anything, but that's not really much of an international principle to establish, right? We can annex everywhere that speaks the same language as us. Well, folks, in a way, I suppose I kind of like that, because English is a global language. So, I don't know where you people live, but everyone in the chat here is speaking English, and, you might find yourself living on some raw materials and need to get liberated or something, All right. A lot of people in Germany speak English, Sid. Hey, Turk, it's good to see you, buddy. I'm doing all right. Just chilling like a villain, talking about possibility of war. Anyway, hope you've been doing well. So, I don't know. What do you folks think about this? I think we've kind of talked about everything I wanted to talk about tonight. Immigration, Ukraine, M&Ms. We should make no determinant our response would take with the Russian-speaking versus the whole thing. Obviously, we can only respond to the facts on the ground as they result, as they unfold. But that's not that's not something we should applaud or encourage. And the wannabe says we should just do what we did in the Cold War: just build bases in Taiwan, Ukraine, and leave the ball in Russia or China's court if they want to start World War III. Well, I don't know about that. First of all, it depends on what the people in those countries want. Taiwan would probably prefer maintaining strategic ambiguity, given that one of China's official conditions for when they would take immediate military action is the really open and deliberate presence of U.S. troops. So I imagine they're not too stoked at the idea of a big base going up near Taipei or anything. But I do think that's the real priority. It's got to be number one priority. The defense of this rich democracy of 25 million people. If China, a totalitarian communist empire, can swallow it in one military go of things, then the international order really has collapsed, and that's probably the end of any real claim to American leadership in the world. Which is not great, I'd say. One, I imagine the alternatives to it will be worse, just as they were prior to America's role as the most powerful country in the world. World War II and World War I, that's the legacy of the multipolar world. Is that really much better? Tens of millions dead? Probably not. So, will it be better for America? If it's not a leading power in the world, if it just kind of steps away from the world? Probably not. I don't think democracies especially can really afford to do that. The full range of our freedom of action and the freedom that we have in the world is shaped in part by which great powers are setting the rules for others. I do not believe in this idea that it is possible to imagine a harmonious community of nations without some kind of real firm leadership. I I think it's, I think you just get kind of what you got in the early part of the 20th century, right? A balance of power that breaks down and ends in a terrifying war. So, yeah, I don't know. I think a lot is on the line with Taiwan. The fall of Taiwan seems like it would have to be. It'd have to be right up there with, breaking NATO. I mean, certainly more is at stake in terms of the number of people, on the issue of NATO. But at the same time, I don't know that there's anything Russia could do that would compare to just swallowing up Taiwan in one fell swoop. Like, that would be like if Russia annexed all of the Scandinavian countries in terms of population, in terms of wealth. I mean, that's what China would be doing. 25 million people, one of the richest countries in the world, critical part of the global economy, just gone. All those people who live in a liberal democracy, used to be a military dictatorship, is now a liberal democracy. That liberal democracy, over, instantly. And what will come afterward, a period of repressions, of the strategic use of force to suppress people and to let them know that their freedom is at an end, right? That's pretty terrifying. And if the United States cannot follow through with decades and billions upon billions of defense spending to prevent that scenario from happening, if it cannot stick up for for a large democracy like Taiwan, if it cannot defend its own interests in the process of defending freedom of trade in the area, right? Its own freedom of trade in the area, but also, of course, along with its own, that of everyone else. It cannot defend its economic interests in Taiwan, including access to some of the best semiconductors in the world. If it can't do that, you have to start asking yourself, I suppose, what it can do. If it can't, for example, defend Taiwan in a situation where it has other strong allies, Australia, South Korea, Taiwan, or sorry, not Taiwan, Japan, right? Japan, who has sent plenty of signals that is very, very much on board with joining the United States in defending Taiwan. If we can't do it in that situation, the Baltics, does anyone really think we would go defend our allies in the Baltics? If we're not going to defend them, Poland, Romania, South Korea. At that point, Germany, Japan, just kind of this Western bloc splits. And, it is not an often appreciated fact that the United States sacrificed 400,000 American lives to turn Germany and Japan and Italy into allies. These countries, not in Italy's case, with what I'm about to say, but and not in Japan's case either, but Germany, which had started, 2 global wars, right? Had attacked us twice. Now a strong, powerful ally. And what do we pay for it? We subsidize their defense somewhat. And that's it. That's a relatively small amount. Our defense spending as a share of GDP goes down almost every year, right? During World War II, it was, I think, 33% of our GDP was going to defense spending. Now, it's around 3%. In Europe, it hovers just under 2%. So that spread, about 1%, is what America pays, basically, to help keep some of those powerful countries in the world on side as allies, to shore up the most powerful military bloc in the history of the world. That is a bargain in terms of preventing rivalry from these historically rivalrous countries. In terms of shoring up our defenses, the most simplistic view I've ever heard is not nonsense. Well, I know. Tell me what your counter-argument is, I suppose. Yeah, it's just, that is a comparative bargain, man. The world, when that set of security guarantees is gone, is just a very different place. In some ways, I suppose it might be better for some Americans. in a world where we are no longer interested in kind of maintaining this global military presence, I don't know that global trade as we know it today is really possible. It would be, but certainly seemingly less so. It wouldn't be so clearly guaranteed. Like without American military presence in the Persian Gulf, for example, how could our allies, for example, the Chinese, get the oil they need out of the Persian Gulf reliably? Without the United States, I suppose, keeping some of these countries from going each other's throats. I don't know. Of course, there are probably some people who would argue that our presence has made things only more dangerous and that actually all of this would be better if we left. And I suppose it's possible, but I wouldn't be so sure. Is that global trade worth defending? It makes America richer, like than it would otherwise be, and that has been proven time after time. Some people in the United States do lose out from global trade, particularly people with high school educations or less. They do lose out in the sense that their economic prospects are somewhat reduced, but even then, it's not by small amounts, but it's a small minority of the country compared to the vast majority of Americans who benefit greatly from global trade. That said, if global trade ended, and the United States was, we should defend our public interest. I mean, just like we defend any other American interest, It's interesting. There was this report from the National Bureau of Economic Research that said that foreign trade benefits the United States economically to the effect of, I think, 8 to 11% of GDP. Like, as in America without foreign trade would be like 11% poorer, right? Let me see if I can find this here. Foreign trade. I don't know if I'll be able to find this, but international trade, benefit. Yes. Hey, LLP, it's good to see you, buddy. How you doing? How large are the economy's gains from trade? Okay, this is it. Okay, so... Oh, hell, it was less than I thought. International trade is estimated to raise GDP 2 to 8%. So suppose then that it's on the low side, right? I mean, that alone, more than pays for the military project. That makes it possible. That helps again keep potential rivals in Europe and East Asia down. Is that worth engaging in global war? Well, it depends on what you mean. The wars of recent history were sort of unrelated to this. They were related to terrorism. But it's not just, I suppose, so if you think about the American military presence around the world, generally peaceable, compared to those wars, in terms of, like, lives lost for Americans and for those other civilians. Like, to put it in context, I think somewhere in the order of 900,000 people total were killed in Afghanistan and Iraq. There's a military presence elsewhere, comparatively minimal in terms of casualties for either us or anyone else. The better spent our own healthcare on this war. First of all, I think we all know our money's never going to be spent on our healthcare. The Gallup polling on healthcare satisfaction suggests that 80% of Americans are basically satisfied with their healthcare, and that the thing most Americans are dissatisfied with is the healthcare that other Americans get. Which to me, like 30 to 40% of Americans are just not at all satisfied with the healthcare that other Americans get, right? That basically seems to me to be a recipe for inertia, because there's just enough satisfaction that, I think it's really hard to imagine that you're really going to be able to easily kind of overturn the consensus that, look, my healthcare's all right. I don't want you to screw it up. That's going to be real hard to do, I don't think it's impossible. I think at some point it's going to be necessary because the United States spends more in terms of dollars for healthcare outcomes than any other country in the world. In fact, it's not even close. Let me see if I can find this. U.S. spending on healthcare by country. or not U.S. by country, but nice area to find this. These charts are always kind of illuminating. Okay, this one is a little older, but I think this one makes it clear. Let me see if I can find a better one. Let's see. All right, this one is it goes to like 2005, but the trend is the same. It hasn't really changed. So, you know, you can take my word on this. Look it up yourself. Per capita spending in the United States on healthcare really started to shoot up during the Reagan years. And it is just way ahead of all these other peer countries, all of which, by comparison, have universal healthcare in some form or another. So, at some point, we got to figure out how to control these costs, because in the United States, the other reason why I think it is so hard to imagine, you know, a universal government program is that we already have so much government healthcare for so many people that I think there's a sort of vested interest in not destroying those programs or not disrupting them in any way. That probably makes reform even harder, right? But it's going to be, seems necessary, you know, to control these costs somehow, because they are just out of control. And while Mutterblind says, and yet the outcomes are worse somehow, I don't think it's, there are a lot of different, you know, there's a lot of different research on this. I guess what I would say is, it doesn't seem like they're worse, but they are no better, and they are far more expensive for what you get. So it seems like there's some things where the U.S. is a little farther behind. I think like heart health outcomes. Other places where we're a little ahead, I think cancer outcomes. I'd have to look this stuff up to say for sure which is which, but the big difference seems to be not so much quality as cost. Life expectancy is lower in the United States than these other countries, but I think that's more a reflection of lifestyle than universal healthcare, although that may play something into it. But it's hard to say because, again, most Americans do have some form of it. You know? Reagan neoliberalism, pay to be alive mentality and support of profit. Actually, Mutterblind, I wouldn't be so sure. If you look at this chart, expenses really start to pick up in the late 1980s, shortly after Ronald Reagan signs the Emergency Medical Treatment and Access. I forget what the whole acronym is, but it's a bill called EMTALA. And when you go to the emergency room and you can't pay, and they have to take care of you anyway to at least get you to a decent point, that's and then irrespective of your ability to pay, that's EMTALA, right? And I believe EMTALA is an unfunded mandate. Let me look this up. Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act. Okay. I think it's unfunded. Let's see. Yeah, it's an unfunded mandate because the cost of emergency care required by EMTALA is not directly covered by the federal government. Uncompensated care represents 6% of total hospital costs. That's a big shot in the arm for healthcare costs as a whole. Now, you might argue, of course, well, that's a good thing that people are getting taken care of, and I would too. But the idea that that's Reagan neoliberalism, pay to be alive mentality, and support of profit. Not exactly. Seiko is the only Michael Moore documentary I recommend to people who aren't pretty far left. I don't know. I always find his stuff pretty disappointing and always seems to be kind of stretched. I don't think you need to watch a documentary to kind of get the gist that all these other countries get better healthcare outcomes for less money than we do. Now, Last Username might say, well, you know, what we need is less government. I think he would say that. We need less government. Yeah, maybe it's possible that a free market healthcare system is possible. A better one, better than these other countries. I'm a little skeptical, but I hope it's possible. It would fit much better with my worldview than government universal healthcare. But it seems like countries like the Netherlands are able to guarantee universal care without squashing private providers, and they do it all right. That's true. That Cuba example is annoying, but it's one of those things where it's like it's just annoying because in the process of trying to show how bad our system is, yeah, the system has a lot of problems. He ends up showing, Cuba like it's this, paradise of socialized healthcare, when in fact it's a lot of problems. But Cuba also apparently does have the same life expectancy as the United States, so chew on that. Maybe Americans just consume more healthcare. Yeah, I think they do. But, I don't think it's quite the same either. Like, the same amount of healthcare, like the notorious price of insulin, they do pay substantially more. And I don't know that there's really much of anything that Americans pay less for in terms of healthcare. People in other countries do. I think diet plays into it. Probably. And of course, our government is very thoroughly involved in what Americans eat, is it not? Through our agriculture subsidies program. I think sugar taxes are a large factor in better health outcomes in Europe. I don't know enough to really say. Maybe, but I doubt it. I imagine if there's any difference in diet that could be explained by government policy, it's probably America's policy of subsidizing some of the worst foods. Right? Lots of corn. Does the U.S. subsidize lots of beef? I think it does, but I'm not sure. Let's see. It does spend $38 billion to subsidize meat and dairy, $17 million to subsidize fruits and vegetables. Bad news bears. Again, for your health, right? So, we subsidize corn, meat, dairy. Oof. Bad news bears, man. Hakeem CC. Welcome, Hakeem. You that communist Hakeem from the YouTube? I think drug-addicted folk plan to do too. That's, I think, another issue that seems to be separate. No, you're not the communist. Oh, you saw the CC. Hey, Connor boy, it's good to see you. We subsidize lab-grown meat? I don't think so. Perhaps we should. But, apparently healthcare spending does very little to improve health. Experiments show this. Well, I don't know. But apparently, however we've done it, our hybrid public-private system has really driven costs up and not delivered much more for it. Only Teddy Roosevelt had achieved his dreams of improving breeding stock. Healthcare solved. Oof. Oh, it's for Charles Churchally, my middle last name. Well, right on, Hakeem Charles Churchally. Welcome. It's good to have you. Yeah. So anyway, how did we start talking about this? Healthcare. How did we start talking about healthcare? I don't even remember. How did we even get on this? Oh, we were talking about defense. Whether we could spend more on healthcare and get better outcomes. Yeah, I don't think. I doubt it. Because healthcare is such a bigger part of the overall budget anyway, I believe, than defense. Let's take a quick look at the federal budget. Defense is the single biggest part of the discretionary budget, the part that Congress has to approve every year. But in terms of the overall budget, is there anything you're optimistic about? Of course. I think America's future is actually very bright. We just got a lot of problems. But, we've always had a lot of problems. I mean, problems are more fun to talk about than good things. They're just more interesting, If I told you, well, I have a good job, I'm able to afford most everything I want, I have more free time than certainly anybody in my position would have ever had in the past, I have lots of good food to eat, even with inflation, it's all still pretty affordable. The roads are pretty good, gas is pretty affordable, on and on and on, It's more fun to talk about problems, right? Politician answer. Bastiat is running for office soon. I actually did look into that. And, I think maybe in a couple years. I thought about it this cycle, but I just been so busy with work. I just don't think I could do it. That plus just, I don't know, man. I don't feel quite organized enough. I know. I feel like maybe this is a cop-out, but, I don't know, man. So instead, I'm kind of gonna build toward it. We'll make a decision in a couple years. Which party? Oh, probably the Democrats. It's sort of disappointing because in some ways I would like to be a Republican, but the Republican Party is kind of left it's just all crazy town, you know? All crazy town these days. So, you know, is the way it is. Use your clickbait, up your clickbait game to grow your audience so you can get those votes. Doesn't really work that way. Was it JJ McCullough, my good Canadian friend, did a video about content creators who go into politics, and I don't think any of them have won so far. So the only problem with the Democrats is here in Florida, the party is kind of second tier in terms of its ability to raise money, in terms of ability to win power. It's definitely on its back foot. But, you know, at the same time, I don't think I could ever pass for a Trumpy, you know? And I mean, here I am justifying defense spending, arguing, I'm not arguing against universal health care, but I am saying it's pretty low priority in terms of, I suppose, what I'd push for policy-wise, compared to basically just trying to come up with another program to help people who can't afford, you know, health care, like maybe a public insurance option or something, I don't know. You know, compared to, you know, redoing the whole thing, you know, redoing the whole thing just seems like a, you know, pipe dream. Bastiat will be the next cinema mansion. No, because I think I would, well, in principle, there's no argument I can see for the filibuster, right? I can't see any argument for the filibuster in principle. In theory, framers also thought it was terrible. You know, the Senate is already anti-majoritarian by design. There's really no reason to add to that. There's no real justification for doing so on principle. It makes no sense. But if your priority is stopping things as opposed to doing things, filibuster's good. It makes it a lot easier to stop things. So there is something to that, you know, something to the filibuster, but I think I'd want to scrap it. Now, I don't know that I'd want to scrap it for this voting rights bill, but, you know, if I was picking and choosing, I don't know enough about this voting rights bill to say, but it seems all right. But I will say I don't like the idea of too much federal control over elections, but I don't know, the stuff this voting rights bill does seems like it's all right, you know, election day off, you know, protections for, you know, mail-in ballots, all that stuff. Yeah, it seems good. You know, I don't know if I'm missing something on it, but so I don't know that I'd blow the filibuster up. I don't know that I'd blow the filibuster up for this. I think, you know, really the argument is just on principle. It's just, you know, the Senate is already anti-majoritarian. To add another threshold to it really doesn't achieve anything other than to, I think, make people think that you can do nothing through congressional government. And if that's the case, courts will be more active, you know, making policy in the back end. The president will be more active, acting through administrative agencies, trying to do things like, say, a vaccine mandate through a stretched interpretation of a law passed in like 1973. I think that's when this law was passed, that the vaccine mandate was based on. I'm not 100%, but I guess the long and short of it is that if Congress cannot legislate, you know, government will still function. It will just function in ways that are less democratic and less, you know, worse, you know, that are worse. Filibuster isn't going anywhere. That's right. It ain't going anywhere right now. But I don't think there's any. I don't think there's really any principal argument against it. The only argument I can make against it is if you want to stop things more than you want to do things. You know, if that's a bigger priority, then sure, filibuster's good. But otherwise, I don't think there's any, you know, reason to say, oh, it protects the minority. The Senate protects the minority. You know, the Senate has 2 votes a state. The Republicans dominate in those small population states that are, you know, overrepresented in the Senate. The Democrats predominate in those states that are underrepresented in the Senate, to the extent that a state can be over or underrepresented in an institution like the Senate, which is meant to acknowledge the fundamental equality of all the states anyway, whereas the House acknowledges differences in population, but I digress. Do you think 41% of the population would be able to force whatever they want on the 49%? No, but that's not the case now. One, you have to go through two legislatures. Or not two legislatures, two houses of Congress, right? So I guess in a way, two legislatures, right? You know, you got to get it through the House, and then you got to get it through the Senate, which already has, anti-majoritarian bent by design, because every state, from Wyoming's 500,000 to California's 35 million, gets 2 senators, right? I don't have a problem with that disparity, because I don't think there's any other way to do a large continental federal union. You know, the framers acknowledged, and I think they were right to do this, that, look, you know, is this our ideal solution? Well, no. This is what everybody could agree to. And it doesn't seem like that's a particularly uncommon approach to the upper house of a bicameral parliament, or, legislature. In Germany, they, for example, do it a little differently, where their upper house is somewhat matched to population, but still it's distorted wildly. I don't even think they're directly elected, actually. I think they're chosen by their state legislature equivalents in Germany. So in some ways, it's less democratic than even the American system. But anyway, and then you have the president, who has to approve of, or veto legislation. So the idea that 51% can force whatever it wants on the 49%, that's just not true. And again, it's absolutely possible to have 50-50 deadlock in the Senate and still, nevertheless, have, the Republican 50 senators represent 140 million people, and the Democratic 50 senators represent 180 million people. Huge disparity there. Even if it's 50-50, it's not 51-49, it's, some number much greater. Sure, what's wrong with having one more hurdle? At a certain point, you can have too many hurdles. And I don't see the argument for this hurdle. I don't see the argument for that, or for it, you know? The founders opposed it, and I don't see, that's not like an argument for it. But I think if you have an argument against it, surely it's got to be better. It's got to be enough, I think, to say, well, the founders who wrote the thing recognized that this institution was poisonous in some sense because of the massive disparity between population representation, and nevertheless agreed to it because it was the only compromise that was possible at the time. To look at that record and then say, let's make it harder. I don't think so. Doesn't make sense to me. The only way it makes sense is if you are somebody who's very kind of like reflexively anti-government and you just want to stop as much as possible. Okay, yeah, then it makes sense. If you're a libertarian, presumably you Let's really make this fitting here. Hold on a minute. The ultimate black pill. You will never abolish the Senate. Okay. Ashley Babbitt did nothing wrong. She stormed the Capitol. Well, it was pretty bad. Of course, she did ultimately pay the price for it. So yeah, why are we talking about her? You know, it's kind of disrespectful to use her like some kind of, political prop like that. But anyway, the article here, not the article, Article 5 here. All right. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to the Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid for all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clause of 9 section of the first article. That's the one that, prevented any kind of early abolition of the slave trade. And here it is, that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. That means that if 49 of the states said, let's get rid of the Senate, just one has to say, not so fast, guys. And it's done. It's just not happening. I suppose the 49, well, let's see. Deprived of its equal suffrage? No, couldn't be done. Could not be done. Ex Dante says, you think she deserves to be murdered for jumping through a window when there were cops, let's see. When there were cops who were right there not doing anything? She wasn't murdered. She was killed during the enforcement of the law. So that's one. To call that murder, to call that an intentional killing with malice aforethought, as they used to say, no. I mean, that's like saying that a shoplifter was murdered. No. Do you deserve to be killed for stealing a small amount of property? Well, no. Nobody deserves anything. But to call it a murder, because somebody is shot and killed, is the wrong use of the term. It was a homicide. It was a killing. It was a shooting. It's not a murder. Beyond that, what else are you saying here? Jumping through a window when there were cops who were right there not doing anything. Well, first of all, I think that's a gross oversimplification of what happened. But again, participating in a violent riot, breaking in to one of the most sensitive locations in the country through force. The idea that being killed in the process of engaging in this kind of terroristic activity, and it was terroristic because it was an attempt, however stupid, to change political outcome through force or threat of force, to call dying in the process of doing that murder, it's ridiculous. Hell, this doesn't make any sense. So you can lament what happened to Ashley Babbitt, the same way you can lament any death at the hands of the police, but to say that she was murdered is nothing more than rhetorical nonsense. Anyway, so yeah, no state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Also, let's kind of just, drop the Ashley Babbitt thing here. I mean, obviously she's dead, so there's no reason to kind of double down on it or really make it a topic of conversation. And that no state, that's again, Dante first saying the murder of a citizen. Literally, it is not murder, dog. All right. No state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. So the Senate's not going anywhere. But that said, God, how did the Senate come up? I was talking about this. Senate's not going anywhere. I was criticizing the people who say abolish the Senate. Oh, yeah. Despite the fact that it's not going anywhere, though, I don't know how you could have What if they just amended Article 5, says JJ. First of all, welcome. It's good to have you, buddy. What if they amended Article 5? Sure, you could. You could amend Article 5 and then do that. But I think you'd still need... There are differing opinions on this, as there are on many legal questions that will never come to pass. But I don't think you can amend this without... You'd still... No state without its I don't think you could. I mean, you could amend it if you had 100 senators. And I know, who were on board with it. All the states would have to be on board with it. And I know there's some people who say, well, you could just amend that part, with the usual procedure and then, abolish the Senate. But I don't think you can do that. I think that would be, the kind of legal trickery that just, wouldn't pass. It just doesn't add up. If the text says no state without its consent shall be deprived of equal suffrage in the Senate, and you undo that with a constitutional amendment, that amendment, if it's changing this part, would presumably also require all the states to agree. Because the amendment would be depriving them of their equal suffrage in the Senate, or at least imperiling. Of course, that's not deprivation. No state without its consent should be deprived of equal. Gosh, it's tricky to imagine, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard thing to imagine doing. Because... I don't know. It's kind of one of those questions of like, can you draft a law too heavy for you to, or can you write a contract clause, to, what is the word here? There's a word for this kind of clause. Let me pull it up. What is the name of the clause? Entrenched clauses. That are sort of written in such a way that you have to go through special procedures to undo them. It seems very hard for me to imagine that you'd get 3/4 of the states on board with undoing that provision anyway. I mean, 3/4 is already such a huge threshold as it is. 2/3 can propose amendments, but 3/4 have to ratify. So it's a lot. In other words, I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's right up there with abolish capitalism in terms of the likelihood of it happening. It's right up there with abolish the United States, Right up there with all that stuff. So I don't think it's going to happen. But, that said, what I was trying to say earlier is the Senate is nevertheless necessary for an institution like the United States, because if we have different subnational jurisdictions that have any kind of meaningful sovereignty, then they need to have some kind of representation in the federal government. And I don't know how you could, why you would give them a second house of proportional representation. It would leave the small states permanently disadvantaged. So instead, you create this second house that basically leaves the big states permanently disadvantaged. But the big states already have the advantage in the House of Representatives. So I just don't know how you could really do it any other way in a diverse, continental-sized federal republic. Folks, I don't teach legal analysis like this at Harvard Law School, so if you're enjoying the content, be sure to follow and subscribe. Yeah, the analysis now in elite institutions that, like, the Senate is anti-democratic and should be abolished and undone, and the Supreme Court is a super legislature that just calls balls and strikes for political reasons, and it's just it's all nonsense. Don't believe in any of our institutions. Just destroy them all. And I don't think it's true, but it also is a recipe for going nowhere. I mean, maybe you believe that, for example, the Supreme Court is a politically biased and irredeemable institution. Maybe you believe that. I don't think that's the case. In fact, we've had a few decisions the last few days that indicate that. We had an 8-1 decision come out today. We had a split vaccine mandate decision, where the vaccine mandate for the country writ large in all workplaces with over 100 employees was eviscerated. But the vaccine mandate on employees in healthcare facilities was that I think received federal money was upheld. So a lot of examples, but people focus on I suppose the big very charged cases, understandably enough. But let's see. So, but yeah, that's the other thing. If you have a union of sovereign states, sovereign in some capacity, I don't know how that works without giving them a real serious ability to slow down the process, to band together as an effective minority and kind of stop change or even occasionally get the changes they want. It just doesn't make sense to me without it. Unless you also abolish the states. And at that point, you're getting even more counterfactual. There was an article in Jacobin that says, Bastiat saying we stop law schools has come to the brain of radical leftism. Peef was right. I'm not saying that definitively, but, it does seem to be the case somewhat that law schools are not really representative of the population. Academia is not really representative of the population. I don't know if that's really an open secret. They're not really representative of public opinion. They're to the left of it. Are you tipsy? No, but I am very tired. I'm going to wind this up in a minute. I've been going hard since 7 a.m., but the night before I was up until like 4 or 5. So I really only slept for a few hours. Let's see. But yeah, that's the thing. The Jacobin did this article about abolish the states, and it the article basically calls for the end of all federalism in the United States. And, that's just, at a certain point, it's just not the United States anymore, right? There are no states. Everything is just provinces, that have no power of their own, that just kind of enforce federal laws. And then cities, which would invariably be crushed by the federal government in terms of their relative power. In the same way that states have already eviscerated many municipal rights. So, I guess the long and short of it is, the Senate is not going anywhere, but that's probably a good thing, because otherwise I just don't see how the United States works as a federal republic that spans all the differences that come with the size of a continent, right? Of course, there are some people, yes, Koro Sensei, who say abolish the federal government. Not much of a bet. Not much of a bet. And also, I don't think anybody's going to secede. Sectionalism isn't clean enough these days. You'd have to break people up by county. You couldn't break them up by state. Even counties wouldn't be enough. So, don't think there's going to be much of that. Okay, folks, this is some real loser music. Who's this? Eric Satie, Gnossineer #1. Loser music, folks. This is cringe loser music. We're done with this. We're done with this, all right? We're going to spice it up here. We're done with this loser music, this European classical German music from 1866 and 1920. Screw that. You know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? Let's see. Let's see. What is the Wait, what is that? Nope, not that one. What is it called? Oh, okay, wait a minute. We're done with that loser music. Berate me all you like, but pretending that the government is a proven sedition before trials even happen lets me know where all you fake libertarians stand. First of all, liberal shill, right? Not a libertarian. Although I do have a lot of sympathy for libertarians. Just kidding, LLP. Although I enjoyed the previous waltz from Shostakovich more than this. Yeah, look, you call it murder when somebody is killed by a police officer, and again, murder is a very specific word to define a specific crime To call it murder for rhetorical reasons is irresponsible and wrong. Murder is the premeditated killing of one human being by another. None of these police officers came to work expecting that this would happen, planning to kill someone. These were decisions made in the heat of a difficult moment. And you can say, well, gosh, is she not representative of all the police violence in the United States? Is she not just another example of overzealous police violence? Yeah, maybe. But, then again, I guess the real problem with police violence seems to be that a lot of it is perpetuated on people who are not even committing crimes, right? Or whose crimes are, gosh, what did they get George Floyd for, right? Passing a $20 bill, a counterfeit $20 bill. Maybe, maybe he knew it was, maybe he didn't. He kneeled on his neck for several minutes, I all saw the video. It was a very obviously terrible thing. It sickened people all over the world, including Trump himself. Compare that to somebody being shot during a terrorist attack, right? It's just not the same situation. It doesn't involve the same amount of premeditation. Indeed, the Ashley Babbitt situation doesn't involve any premeditation at all. And to say it does is, to me, what seems like a very desperate attempt to equivocate one tragic death with another when they're just not the same. So, anyway, okay. But that said, we're done with the soy boy music. We're going to get some good music, all right? Some MAGA music, all right? So, folks, it has been a lot of fun streaming with you tonight. I really enjoyed it. The last 4 hours have just been a real delight. So much fun. Really did enjoy it. So here's what we're going to do, my friends. We're going to go visit my favorite streamer, who I orbit religiously, who I am just so proud of. All the growth she's seen, all the incredible progress she's seen, all the beef she's gotten into on Twitter. Just great to see. If you'd like to see more of my content, follow me on twitter.com. We're six followers away from 36,000. So please do check us out. I sure would appreciate that. And of course, if you haven't already, join our Discord. It's a great community. It's a lot of fun. I hope to see you there. So we're going to go visit Stardust, ladies and gentlemen. Stardust, a great streamer who is just poggers beyond question. So it's been great to have all of you here tonight. Josenge, for my report, I would, but Twitter's objectively the worst thing in the world. True, and yet, it's fine. Torres LP, I am so glad you're here. You inspire me to be a more thoughtful person on Twitter. I posted Onion Futures memes today, ladies and gentlemen. Onion Futures memes. Right here, Onion Futures memes, ladies and gentlemen. My family when I die. Heaven gained another angel today. Right? Me in hell. Where is Gerald Ford, sponsor of the Onion Futures Act, which banned onion futures trading on August 28, 1958? 23,157 days ago, folks, we lost our freedom. Will you do your part to fight to get it back? Well, the first step to doing so, my friends, is to follow me on Twitter. If you're serious about your freedom, we'll do that right now. Okay? All right. So, all kidding aside, I'll be back soon. Probably not tomorrow night, but we'll do another one stream soon. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Take care. Have a wonderful night. Give Stardust all my love, including the heart emojis. I hope you have a wonderful Friday tomorrow. God bless these United States of America. God protect our troops. Hope you have a good night. See y'all soon.